Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sunday, or Selfless Sunday, as we're calling it, I guess, in this particular instance. Repping another fantastic branddead.com t-shirt. I should almost get sponsorship from them, I think. That would be cool. One of my favorite original hangouts here in Windsor. I'm sure a lot of you folks my age and older remember fondly losing your first mortgage at Fast Eddie's Arcade, or spending your first mortgage at Fast Eddie's Arcade in quarters. Corey McCrindle from Kenora. Happy day of sun as well to you. So it's been an interesting start so far to this day. I made some changes. You heard the little background music, the woodblock theme song that is now on all the title cards, which is pretty cool. I did up a little sponsor video so I can take a bit of a break and have that play. Where before the "be right back" thing, where it was just me waving or my face screaming or whatever it was, and the chat off to the side here. Well, now it'll play the sponsor video real quick and do the woodblock theme song in the background as well. So that's pretty cool. Lots of good people on the program today. You'll see them advertised down here. And I'm excited to announce that today I booked my very first celebrity guest. I mean, besides Mr. Corey McCrindle, of course, but my very first honest-to-goodness celebrity guest will appear on this program on May the 1st, and I'm very excited about it, but I'm not going to say who it is yet. But I'm super excited about it. Oh, let's see. Wish this congestion thing would go away, and I could sound moderately somewhat better than I do right now, but yeah, it is what it is. For those of you just joining us, please make sure you go to the YouTube channel and hit subscribe, because that will let you know whenever we're going live, and you get to watch all of the other videos that we've archived since we started doing this little project. The Pink Floyd mug is again in the dishwasher, and then, so yeah, the interesting thing I was saying is came out to do these to do all these preparations, and I actually got up ahead of time, and I came out, and I was so jazzed about this guest that's going to appear on the 1st of May. And I came out, I'm like, I'm going to do these sponsor videos so I get them over and I don't have to keep talking that entire time. I can just actually record it once and have it go, and if I need to go and take a personal break, I can just let that play, which is great. Anyway, so I got finished doing that and reached over to grab the mouse, dragged the mouse over, and promptly shot tea all over the studio. Thankfully, it did not get on any equipment, and no equipment was harmed during the great tea spillage of 2020. Mr. Paul Longdon, musician, how you doing? Paul will be a guest on this program shortly, and he also does a live stream of his own. You should go and check out Paul. You should drop that link in the comments. All right. Well, I'm feeling Elton Johnny for a start here, and this was suggested by Dave Jr. And it's such a great song. I really, really, really like it. So we're gonna start off with that. Of course, no Elton John song is complete without the Ray Cooper percussion. And where would we be without our friend the woodblock? And one cowbell for Sean Fathers, but one only. That's all you get, one cowbell. All right, let's do this up here. I believe in love, it's all we got. Love has no boundaries, costs nothing to touch. War makes money, and cancer sleeps. Curled up in my father, and that means something to me. Churches and dictators, politics and papers, everything crumbles sooner or later. But love, I believe in love. I believe in love, it's all we got. Love has no boundaries, borders to cross. Love is simple, hate breeds. Those who think difference is the child of disease. Father and son make love and guns, families together, kill someone without love. I believe in love. Without love, I wouldn't believe anything lives and breathes. Without love, I have no anger. I wouldn't believe in the right to stand here. Without love, wouldn't believe, I couldn't believe in you. I wouldn't believe in me without love. I believe in love. I believe in love. I believe in love. Great song. I can't believe that that's one of those Elton John songs that I don't remember to play all that often. What a fantastic tune. Love it, love it, love it. Even if it's something that maybe I should wait until my voice wakes up a little bit. Hey, Jocelyn / Jacob. I am feeling a little bit better today. Yes. Yes. Apart from the earlier spill tea all over the studio debacle, the great Tea-gate 2020, as it will come to be known. Right, Marion? What a great song. What a great song. Oh. Yes, I'm going to be snurgling and coughing, and there's going to be all kinds of noises coming through this system today. And you're just going to have to put up with it, folks. Well, let's try this one. We're just going to transpose this guy. And those of you who've been following along know that you have to transpose by going 2 menus deep in this crazy software. That's not bad, but I don't like that. I like this better. Took my love, took it down. I climbed a mountain, I turned around. But when I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills, till a landslide brought me down. A mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? And can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? I don't know. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. Oh, I'm getting older too. Take my love and take it down. I climb a mountain and then I turn around. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, then a landslide will bring you down. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, a landslide will bring you down. Oh, landslide will bring you down. Well, that was pleasant. That was a pleasant tune. Hey, Terry Marintet Stark, nice to see you. Nice to see you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Is it a little too dark? I turned off a light because it was glaring off the monitor. But let's turn that light back on. Is that better? I think it feels a little bit better to me. I'll just put up with the glare. Mr. Colton Summers Young, I've got some of your music I'm going to be playing today, sir. A little bit of karma. Even though you never did respond to me about being a guest on the program, and I'm a little heartbroken about that right there. Blood. That's blood coming out. Tears of blood. All right. Well, we are almost 10 minutes away from the first guest on tonight's program. I haven't played this song in a little bit, and I like this song. When I first heard this song, in fact, I thought perhaps that it was Elton John, and it was not. It was somebody as an imposter. And I was playing a solo show at the Springwell pub. Oh, Terry says no. Does that mean this is now too bright? Should I take it down? I can take it down a notch here. Let's see. Yeah, so I played this show for the first time at the Springwell pub. Sorry, I played the show there, and this couple came up and asked for this song, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know the song you're talking about. And then they said, oh no, you have to know it. You're a piano player. You have to know this song. And so I said, I'm sorry, I don't know it. And then I went outside and listened to it. I'm like, oh, of course I know this song. I loved this song. And I hadn't heard this song or heard mention of this song in probably 15 years or so, something like that. Anyway, it's a great tune, and we can do a little beat to it, which is fantastic. As you know, we like the looper. So let's see here. Well, Colton, yeah, you're excused. I was just teasing you. I know. You're super busy, dude. Let's not forget the wood block for Jocelyn. Jessie calls at 5 a.m. Tell me that she's tired of all of them. She says, baby, I've been thinking about a trailer by the sea. We can go to Mexico, you, the cat, and me. We'll drink tequila and look for seashells. But doesn't that sound sweet? Jessie, you always do this every time I get back on my feet. Jessie, paint your pictures about how it's gonna be. But now I should know better. Your dreams are never free. But tell me all about how trailer by the sea. Well, Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. Well, Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. She asked me how the cat's been. I say, Moses, he's just fine. He used to think about you all the time. We finally took your pictures down from off the wall. always seem to know just when to call. She says, get your stuff together, bring moles and drive real fast. And listening to her promise, I swear to God this time it's gonna last. Just paint your pictures about how it's gonna be, but now I should know better. Your dreams are never free. But tell me all about our little trailer by the sea. Just you can always sell any dream to me. And I love you in the sunshine, lay you down in the warm white sand. And who knows, maybe this time things will turn out just the way you planned. Jesse, paint your pictures about how it's gonna be, but now I should know better. Your dreams are never free. But tell me all about our little trailer by the sea. Jesse, you can always sell any dream to me. Well, Jesse, you can always sell any dream to me. There we go. It's just not the same without that little trilly ending. All right. Well, let's take a moment here and play some music by somebody that's not me. That's what we're all waiting for, right? We got some excellent new music. I actually have somebody, and this is the cool thing. It can be anything that you guys want to send in. You know, it can be a couple of people sitting on a couch. We're going to hear from them. It can be some dude doing karaoke. We can hear from him. It can be professionally recorded stuff, which we're going to hear right now. This came to me this afternoon by way of local musician David Russell, D. Russ, and it's great. I love it, and you're going to love it too. And we're going to play it right now on the Face to Facebook live cast. Here we go. Let's get this mouse activated, and we'll get this sucker going.
Knocked around when you're living in a comeback town. Pick yourself up off the ground when you're living in a comeback town. Living in a comeback town. Loose lips really get around when you're living in a comeback town. Talk is cheap but never profound when you're living in a comeback town. Living in a comeback town. You feel like giving up, feel like breaking down when you're living in a comeback town. To stay the course, you wear the crown when you're living in a comeback town. Living in a comeback. Southbound when you're living in a comeback town. Living in a comeback town.
Well, that was cool, right? Did I tell you you're going to love it? I told you you were going to love it. Mr. D. Russ. You can see him, sometimes he goes by David Russell and the Precious Stones. I believe he was doing that at Fork and Cork, where that photo was snapped. But he plays around town as a solo act, and he does the most amazing version of Never Going Back Again by Lindsey Buckingham. I was going to just say Fleetwood Mac, but we all know it's really Lindsey Buckingham. And we're just getting our first guest going here. I'm going to flip my camera around because right now she's staring at the keyboard, and I don't want her to get jealous of this magnificent keyboard that I'm playing here. And if I'm just going to ask her to turn her phone sideways so that we can get a landscape video, which is perfect. And then we will go ahead and bring her over. Our first guest this evening is a wonderful performer in her own right. It's Madeline Stein. She is an up-and-coming musician from Tecumseh. Madeline, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Thank you for making time to do this. First, let me ask you, I'm going to do this like the professional talk show host do, where I reach over and I take
Okay.
my cup of who knows. There could be scotch in here. Nobody knows.
I have my drink here too. It's all good.
There you go. See, I'm supposed to offer you a drink as the guest, but that's anyway. First, let me ask: is everybody okay at your place? Everybody happy and healthy and?
Yes, everyone's still doing well. Everyone's safe, healthy. You've been self-isolating for ever, seems like, but everyone's doing well, so that's good.
Yeah.
How about you?
Oh, thank you for asking. I'm doing very well. Everyone over here is doing very well, and
Okay, that's good.
we're coming up on the weekend of my birthday, where we would be doing this big fundraiser for cystic fibrosis, because my eldest daughter has CF, and so she has been in super self isolation for what probably feels for her like 40 years at this point. So yeah,
Wow.
she can totally empathize. I think we're all at that point where we're ready to be done with it.
Yeah.
But
No, absolutely.
yeah, no doubt.
For sure.
Now you are an up and coming musician in your own right. You've performed several times at Rockstar Music Hall, among, I'm assuming, other places as well. But that's where I know you from, where you
Yeah.
make me feel like setting my piano on fire every time you play. And we have this friendly rivalry going on where I think that you're better than I am, and you know that you're better than I am. So it's perfect.
No, that's not true.
But and we've got some of your music that we're going to play, and I have played that Mask track at least once during the program already.
Appreciate that.
But I'd like you to talk a little bit about let's talk about how this has affected you musically. But I think more importantly than that, being from a younger demographic, your friendships and your social circle are super important right now. You're developing those relationships, and your circle of friends probably at this point is much larger than it ever will be, in the future. Not because your friends are jerks and they're going to leave you. It's just because as you get older, your circle of friends gets tighter.
Yes. No, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So how important are those bonds to you right now, and how are you managing, without having, that clan to rely on right now, except virtually?
It's pretty tricky actually. I mean, I'm still in contact with a lot of my friends, which is good. But I find because now we're especially because we have to do school online now. So there's my friends are a whole bunch of different classes, and so sometimes I find it's a little bit hard to talk with them. But usually we talk like a couple times a week, just check in with each other, make sure everything's good. I remember last night I had an hour and a half conversation with another one of my really good friends. So it's been hard to be away from them, but at the same time, like I've had chances to talk to them and see how they're doing, and they're doing well, and everyone's keeping busy. So I think that's just the mindset we have to keep,
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about that, actually, about keeping busy, because that's one of the things that I think we all are kind of struggling with, is that, in the first maybe few days or the first week, it was like, this is no big deal, whatever. It's an endless weekend. For you guys, it's March break. You're used to this.
Yep.
But now we've gotten into a point where maybe we are struggling for things to do. So what are you doing to pass the time? Are you doing things with your family? And do you have any hints for the rest of us?
Yes, to answer your question, once in a while we do have to get out of the house just to kind of just stay sane. So what we'll do is we'll just go for long drives because why not? We have like nowhere to go, and it's there's no cars around. So we've been just doing that a lot. I've been doing that a lot with my family. For me personally, I've been working on a lot of music, which has helped me probably the most throughout this whole situation. So that's been really helping me as well. And also just I'm in school as well, so I'm just making sure I'm keeping up with my courses online. And then, um, I would say just keep talking to like people you know, your family, your friends, just to make sure that you're mentally doing okay, and then others are also like you're checking in with each other, making sure everyone's good. So that's what I've been doing. Um, yeah.
Yeah, let's touch a little bit on the whole school thing. I mean, I'm sure it's nothing that anybody really wants to talk about, but
Hmm.
how do you find that that's been working? Because it's been a really difficult transition. We've talked to a few educators, and they say that they've been having a little bit of a challenge trying to transition over to this new way of learning or this new
Hmm.
way of instructing. How do you find it? Being released from like the strict supervision of a classroom. Do you find that you're absorbing information more easily, or do you find that you're more distracted? How's it working?
In my case, I like it, but at the same time, there like I would still rather be at school. I'm a person who loves being at school, and being at home is a little challenging for me because I do find I get distracted really easily. But I also like the concept of learning online. I've gotten to like the concept of learning online just because it's flexible, and I mean, there's not as much work, I guess, that there would be if I was at school. So in that sense, it's a little bit easier. But I like if I had a choice, I would definitely want to be back at school with everyone, with all my teachers,
For sure.
um, just because it's fun.
Well,
I like
exactly.
school.
That's part of it, right? Is the social aspect of being
Hmm.
able to gather and communicate and hang out and all that kind of stuff. That's
Hmm.
that's super important, and you're at the age where those you're discovering yourself through those relationships, which is
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of weird
absolutely.
adult speak for getting to know who you are.
Yeah.
Um, do you think that given the more relaxed state of learning right now, that this is something that teachers can kind of pick up on and maybe modify the way that they're teaching a little bit? Because I find that having gone to private school instead of public school, the way that my kids are learning right now is very similar to the way that I was kind of taught there.
Hmm.
Much less structured,
Hmm.
much more open. You could kind of decide what it is you wanted to work on as long as you were satisfying all of the requirements.
Hmm.
Are you finding that you're able to transition from maybe a strict curriculum of what to do to kind of being left up to almost your own devices? And do you think that that's something that we can move into the classroom?
Um, I think that I it's kind of tricky to say, I think, because at school, yes, everything is so structured and like teachers are always supervising. But at the same time, it's kind of I don't know if this really answers the question, but I think it actually prepares my grade especially for what university is going to be like because usually we'd be in a class all day, and teachers also are like on us still about submitting everything. But now that everything's online, they're like, okay, if it's Friday's the due date, then that's the due date, and then it's kind of you can't really do anything after that. I like I was saying, I kind of like this concept of learning. It's been a little bit of getting used to, as I was saying, but I mean it's helping me to prepare myself for university. I don't know if that answered the question,
You
but
did. Yeah, you did. You're good.
yeah,
You're good. Yeah.
okay,
I was going to say
yeah,
because a lot of times the difficulty in the transition from high school to post-secondary or university or college or whatever is that you are left up to your own devices. The professor doesn't
mhm,
give a crap if you're in class or not. They're going to give the lecture, and
yeah,
if you're not there, tough cookies.
yeah,
um,
yeah,
there's that strong language coming out, family program. Well, let's talk a little bit about music, because I know that that's what you
okay,
do and that's what you love and you're incredibly good at it. And
thank
this
you.
time now, has it given you an opportunity to do a little bit more writing than you would have normally? And are you finding that the stress or emotion of the time that we're in right now is kind of finding its way into things that you're writing?
Absolutely, 100%. I've been doing music almost nonstop. I find during the week, like I'll be doing my school stuff, but then on the weekends I don't really have much to do, so I'll kind of just focus on doing music. I actually just finished writing one song this week, and I'm working on another one right now as well. And definitely, like, this whole situation has inspired like a lot of the lyrics that have like gone into these songs that I've been writing. But yeah, I've been working on music nonstop, and it's been really helping me because if I didn't have it, then I think I'd be going a little bit more crazy
For sure.
than I already am. But yeah, music has been helping me 150% like this whole time that we've been off. So I'm really happy that it's something that I can focus on and
Yeah.
kind of take my mind off things. So
For sure, but you know, there is sort of that scare, I think, that you know, as creative people, you know, as artists that we are, we tend to think or we tend to act very emotionally, right?
hmm
We tend to, you know, wear our hearts on our sleeve, and when we write things, it's usually coming from a place of emotion. And there's I think, a danger there that if you're living in kind of times of tension and anxiety, that maybe those things can get compounded into the things that you're writing. Then you start to write about being tense and anxious, and then before you know it, it's
yes,
this self-perpetuating snowball of anxiety.
yes,
And
yeah.
but do you find that you're actually able to turn that around and maybe use music to do something, or think about things in a more positive light?
Yes, I think that I think that some like the music that I'm writing right now kind of reflects both sides. So like I'll write something like whenever I'm feeling anxious, say I'm feeling stressed out about something, I'll try to write lyrics to like get that emotion out, and then try to write something else to make sure that it has like a positive spin on it. So it's not 100% like anxious like, oh, because I'm a very strong mental health advocate, and I like try to make sure that it's okay to have those emotions, like no discredit to that, but it's also healthy to make sure that you are like taking care of yourself and taking the proper steps
For sure.
to um, not get into that snowball effect, as you were saying.
Yeah,
So I think I write both, like I kind of write a little bit of both, like kind of in the moment as I'm feeling those emotions, and then having something positive come out of it as well.
yeah, and I think that that's interesting that you know we can actually, I think artists can use that emotional catharsis from writing as a catharsis, as an ability to express emotions that maybe we're not comfortable dealing with. You know, there's that old
hmm
thing about, you know, oh, there's this cute girl that I like and I don't know how to tell her, so I'm going to write her a song and maybe she'll see the subliminal message in the song and blah blah blah, because we're
hmm
not brave enough to talk about it ourselves. And so, you know, that's something that can really help our emotions come out. And perhaps in this kind of a situation, if you have difficulty expressing yourself emotionally, you can write something that, you know, helps translate those feelings. Maybe I'm not sure. This is all
No, I
just
understand what you're saying. Absolutely.
okay. At least I'm making sense to somebody besides myself.
Yes.
That's good. Um, do you have any advice, you know, for people that are in the creative mode right now, in terms of, you know, how to kind of focus what you're doing when you're writing? What does that process look like for you when you're composing?
For me, it's a little bit different each time. I find now, because I have a whole bunch of time, if I have like, I'll randomly come up with, I'll hear something in my head, and right away I have my GarageBand app on my laptop, and I'll just like punch away at the keyboard to get it into my GarageBand, so I don't forget that. But also I find too, like I'll come up with music for a song first and then come up with the lyrics, which I find is what has been like happening lately. But sometimes like lyrics will come up first and then I find the music after. So really I think like both ways of composing, like it doesn't really matter. I think just as because a really cool product is going to come out of it anyway.
Sure.
But for me, like I find, because now we like I was saying, I have a lot of time. And so I for some reason, all my lyrics that I've been like thinking about have been coming to me at night, which makes doesn't really make a lot of sense to me because I'll be like thinking really hard during the day. I'm like, okay, let's try to focus, and then I can't come up with anything. But when I'm sleeping, I'm like, oh, okay, now I have a whole song now.
Well, you
So
know, it
it's
might
really weird.
it might be one of those things where you're putting undue amounts of pressure on your brain to try to, you know, corral all these thoughts together, and then when it's allowed and left up to its own devices, it kind of filters those things out. um, there's a really cool, I wish I can remember, there's a book, it's a Simon and Garfunkel biography, and in it Paul Simon talks about his writing style and how, you know,
Okay.
he thinks about how he's crafting songs, and he thinks when he it's cool because I found that he and I write lyrically very much the same way, where he will concentrate more on the sound of a word. So, and the word he used, and I love it, it's so musical and lyric, it's saccharine, the word
Okay.
saccharine, and it's just when I don't know, when I think about it, it just gets the wheels turning. um I want to ask you these two questions that I've been kind of asking everyone.
Okay.
What there, and it's like a duality thing. Um, what about life that we used to know a few weeks ago, where we were unrestricted and could do whatever we want? What do you miss the most from that time? And then on the flip side, having been forced to be a shut in, or forced to
Hmm.
be by yourself or in your house only, except for your periodic car rides, um, has there been something that, to your surprise, you found comfort or joy in?
Well, to answer the first question, the thing I probably miss most is probably visiting my family, my grandma and grandpa. I'm really, really close with, so it's been really hard to like not see them. Also, my little cousins. Oh, they're so cute. I miss them so much. But you know what? Like, I'd rather it be that. Like, I'd rather we stay away because it's just social distancing. You know, you just have to stay away from people, and as long as all of us are staying away from each other, the sooner we can get back and visit with everyone.
For
So
sure.
I'd rather that. But yeah, it's been really hard, like, to not see my grandparents very often because, like, we see them like almost every other weekend. We're very close with them. And then, sorry, can you repeat the second question
I sure
if you
can.
don't mind? I'm
No, no,
sorry.
it's fine. It's fine. The second question basically was the flip side of that. You know, as opposed to what do you miss the most? Has there been something in this forced period of isolation where, you
Hmm.
know, to your surprise, you've found comfort or joy in having all this time to yourself?
You know what? Actually, probably reaching out to friends that I wasn't as close with in school. Like I'm obviously I have friends that I talk to all the time, but there's other people that I don't talk to all the time, and so like I'll reach out and I'll be like, oh, like you want to call or something, and then we just end up talking for a super long time, which is really cool. Um, so I think that was really surprising because there's a lot of people that I wouldn't usually have talked with at school that I am talking to now, and it's really cool to kind of make those connections. And also, again, bringing back the music thing of how, like with all this time, that's one of the things that I gravitate towards is just making music and focusing on that, just to kind of keep my mind off things. So, yeah, that's been really helpful for me as well. Sorry. And yeah, I think those two things are what have been keeping me going and
Yeah,
keeping
no,
me like okay.
that's
So,
that's great. And you know, I've seen you now a number of times in various projects or various fundraisers or charity events at Rockstar Music Hall, where you've performed before. How important do you think it is that somebody, you know, somebody of your age, because this is, you know, a few years that you've been doing this, that somebody of your age when you were younger was able to be exposed to that kind of level of production, where it's a real stage and a real sound system and, you know, all that kind of thing, as opposed to just like, you know, a grade school production? How important was that to you to be able to experience what it was like for, you know, you're on the same stage that professional musicians are on, for example.
Yeah. No, it's been really, really cool actually. It's a lot different from like being at school because you're just performing to people that you know, people that like you go to school with, but it's really interesting to kind of sing for people that um may like sing my songs to people who like I may not even know and somehow like may or may not resonate, like the lyrics or the music may resonate with them. I think that's really, really cool. Also just getting up and performing in front of like anyone at the Rockstar has been really like every experience has been really wonderful. um but I would like encourage people of all, like especially people my age because I know there's a lot of people my age that do music and who practice music all the time, but I would encourage more kids my age to do that and get up on stage and get used to performing in front of people because it's just a really good like a good skill to have and it's really fun and it's just a really fun experience. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's nice because it sets you up. It sets up the expectation of this is what it's like to perform on a big stage. Jocelyn
Mhm.
says, "Do we get to hear some of her music?" And that's sorry, I'm a one man production here, so when these shows, when you watch Conan or I don't know what people watch these days, maybe Jimmy Kimmel or
Okay.
whatever, or Jimmy Fallon. There's when you watch XYZ production.
Mhm.
There's like a whole team of people, right? There's like grips and
Yes.
gaffers and camera operators and
Oh,
programmers and
absolutely.
graphic guys and camera switchers and audio engineers and the host and the guest, booker. And I'm trying to do all of that at the same
Yeah,
time as
no,
I'm
you're
trying to
doing
carry on an
wonderful. You're doing
engaging
great.
conversation. So if you see me moving over and trying to get stuff in order, it's not because I'm trying to
That's
ignore you.
okay.
I'm just trying to set stuff up.
That's all
So
good.
I do have some of your stuff here now. Now I did play Mask earlier
Okay.
on one of the other
Awesome. Thank you.
one of the other shows, of course. But um, I also have Without You, and I'm wondering
Yes.
out of those two songs, which would you prefer when we're completed our little chat that I play?
Uh, honestly, I like Without You is a wonderful song, and I that song means a lot to me. But actually, Mask is actually really important to me as well because I'm actually releasing that as a single next month. So I'm really excited about that.
Well,
Um,
you're not helping me make a decision here. You just told me that both of them are important to you. So
you can play, well, you've already played Mask, so you can play Without You if you'd
okay,
like.
all right, perfect.
Cool.
Well, let me ask you this one last question.
Yes,
And then
absolutely.
while your song is playing, if you would be so kind as to drop a link in the comments where people can go and check
Sure.
out your stuff, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So the last question is, and it's interesting to hear this from different perspectives of people like different professions, but certainly people in different age groups, because I think our social barometers change a little bit as we age and as we get more cynical. Um,
Hmm.
we've all heard the rules and what we're supposed to be doing, but what do you think people should be doing and shouldn't be doing right now, or is there something that people could be doing better?
Like, as it like social distancing kind of stuff, or just in general?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it's like specific to the current crisis that we're involved in. People are being
yeah.
told to stay home and stay apart and all that kind of thing.
Hmm.
What do you think, in your opinion, people should be doing or shouldn't be doing?
I would say this might sound really funny, but I would say drink a lot of water because I find a lot of people don't do that. I'm guilty of that as well, though, so I've been trying to drink as much water as I possibly can. I would say make sure uh, you're getting exercise. Like I've been trying to kind of stay active the last couple of weeks so I don't just let myself go completely. Um, what else? Yeah, I would say just take time. Like, obviously, physical health is really important, but also mental health is really important as well. And I've learned that, like, throughout this whole experience and even in high school, too, mental health is really important. So if anyone is not, or is feeling anxious or feeling stressed or feeling uncertain about what this whole situation, like, then just reach out to someone,
Yeah,
talk to them. That's what I did last night. I talked to one of my friends for an hour and a half, and I felt like 10 times better after. I mean, no one knows it's gonna like what's gonna happen, It could be over in a week, it could be over in another 3 months. We don't know, but we have to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves and that we're doing the best that we can,
Yep.
kind of navigating this whole situation. So
And
that's what I would say.
that's kind of the whole purpose, or what this kind of experiment of mine has turned into, right? Is being able to make those connections to people and realize that we can still reach out and talk to people, and we can still have those relationships, albeit virtually if we have to. But just because we're in isolation doesn't mean we have to be alone, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
There you go. Madeline, it's been wonderful to talk with you. Thank you so much for being a part of this and lending your voice to this conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I really appreciate the offer. Thank you so much.
Of course. And I've enjoyed every time that we've had the opportunity to perform together. Even though every time I hit a note on the piano, I can see that little smirk on your face. That's fine.
Oh
fine.
my gosh.
I got you.
That's funny.
All right, so we're gonna play.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We're gonna play some of your stuff right now, and I look forward to the next time that we can hear you perform.
Thank you so much, Chris.
You're so welcome.
All right. Well, hopefully I'll see you soon at the Rockstar.
For sure.
We'll jam again.
Awesome.
And we'll be good.
And the best to you and your family as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Well, there you had it, Madeline Stein. Lovely young lady, super talented. We're going to hear from some of her stuff right now, but I have to address this thing in the comments here where Sherry Appleyard says, this is weird. I haven't seen him since I used to babysit him. And this whole conversation with Madeline, I have been racking my brain to try to remember who this person is that used to babysit me. And at the end of the conversation, she says, uh-oh, wrong Chris. And then she says, needlessly, she says, oh my goodness, I'm embarrassed. Why? Don't be embarrassed. It's all good. Although I was trying to figure out what was happening. Oh, it's too good. All right. Well, we have the song Without You from Madeline Stein, and we are going to get that set up right now. And we will then come back and do some more music for you. If you have any requests, toss them in the chat over there, and we'll attend to them directly.
You have this light in your eyes every day. Knowing you're here just makes everything okay. You have a heart of gold. I think that you should know. We all dream of being something amazing. And look at you, I know you've gone so far beyond. With the soul that doesn't ever stop giving. You're a rock when someone needs some leaning on. If I was telling the truth, no, it wouldn't ever be the same without you. all dream of being something amazing. And look at you, I know you've gone so far beyond. With a soul that doesn't ever stop giving. You're a rock when someone needs some leaning on. If I was telling the truth, no, we wouldn't ever be the same without you.
Right? Amazing. Amazing. Oh. And now you're back to me. But we got some good stuff. And our next guest is online, and I have let him know that we were about a half an hour away. And then I've also got something else we're going to play in between, some of the stuff that I'm going to do, featuring Mr. Nino Maniaci and Deborah Tremblay that they posted on Facebook, and it's so adorable that I figured I had to ask them if I could play it, and they said yes. So I'm super excited about that. All right, so let's do this one. This is a good one. This is a Springsteen song, From the River. Which is probably my second favorite Springsteen album. So. There we go. No cowbell, though. We'll play guitar on this one, I think.
Papa, go to bed now, it's getting late. Nothing we can say is gonna change anything now. I'll be leaving in the morning from St. Mary's Gate. We wouldn't change this thing even if we could somehow. The darkness of this house has got the best of us. There's a darkness in this town that's got us too. They can't touch me now, you can't touch me now. They ain't gonna do to me what I watch them do to you. So say goodbye, it's Independence Day. It's Independence Day, all down the line. Just say goodbye, it's Independence Day. It's Independence Day this time. I don't know what it always was with us. We chose the words, yeah, we drew the lines. But there was just no way that this house could hold the two of us. Guess that we were just too much of the same kind. Say goodbye, it's Independence Day. It's Independence Day. All boys must run away. Say goodbye, it's Independence Day. All men must make their way. Come Independence rooms are all empty down at Frankie's joint. And the highway she's deserted, clear down to Breaker's Point. There's a lot of people leaving town now, leaving their friends and their homes. At night they walk that dark and dusty highway all alone. Oh, Papa, go to bed now, it's getting late. Another week and say it's gonna change anything now. 'Cause there's just different people coming down here now, and they see things in different ways. And soon everything we've known will just be swept away. So say goodbye, it's Independence Day. I know the things that you wanted, but that you could not say. Won't you just say goodbye, it's Independence Day. I swear I never meant to take those things away. Say goodbye, it's Independence Day. It's Independence Day all down the line. Just say goodbye, it's Independence Day. It's Independence Day this time. There we go. A little bit of Bruce Springsteen from the River around 1980-ish or so. Well, I want to play this. I want to play this. Like, I can't wait. It's so good. This is the very best of what happens when you just let loose and have fun. And I just think it's so wonderful, and it just shows you what, people just kind of kicking back and having fun do. Nino Maniaci, of course, plays with the Source, and he's a bass player, and he's playing guitar in this, and he's playing a song that's from the 1980s, which usually has a whole bunch of instrumentation with it, and Deb is backing him up on the tambourine, and it's like a glimpse into somebody's living room. It's so fun. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and we'll come back and play some more music.
Live. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, 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 hey. Won't you come see about me? I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me the troubles and doubts. Give me everything inside and out. Love strange, so real in the dark. Think of the things that we're working on. Slow change may pull us apart. When the lights get into your heart, baby, sing it. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? forget about me. Be alone, dancing, you know, baby. Going to take you apart. I'll put us back together and sing it. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk on by, will you call my name? As you walk on by, will you call my name? Will you walk away softer? Will you walk on by? Will you walk away? Will you walk on by? Ready? I say la 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 la. Yeah, la 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 la. Will you walk on by? La la la. Will you walk away? Will you walk on by? La 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 la. Back in the intro, ready? Hey, 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 hey. Ooh. 6 minutes. Stay safe, y'all.
Isn't it just like one of those things where you're at a house party and somebody grabs a guitar and somebody else grabs a tambourine and they just go crazy? It's awesome. He had like the foot moves and everything. It was so great. I thought that was so fantastic. I felt like it was just like we were all hanging out and having a house party. That was so neat. And there was some music theory in there. So I don't know if you folks noticed this, but so there's a thing about music, right, where most music happens in a four beat measure, right? So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's two methods of keeping the beat. One is, as drummers know, is on the 2 and 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's when most people would clap along. Then there are other people who clap on 1 and 3. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. And what was cool is that Deb started doing the tambourine on 1 and 3. So she's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And usually you want the tambourine on 2 and 4. So there's a really cool trick called rhythmic displacement. And the way that works is that, let's say that, our friend is playing on 1 and 3 and we really want them to play on 2 and 4. So what'll happen is if you're clever enough, you'll add an extra beat to one measure. So you'll throw in a measure of 5/4 and they won't notice. And the next time it rolls around, they'll be one beat ahead of where they were. So now they're on 2 and 4. And the best example I've ever seen of this was a Harry Connick Jr. video. And Harry Connick Jr., idol of mine. He's an amazing piano player. Whether or not you like the big band stuff or whether you like the stuff that he does with the New Orleans kind of sound, he is just an amazing technical player. And he starts playing this little boogie woogie piece, and the audience gets into it, but they start clapping on 1 and 3, and you can see the drummer in the background. The drummer just goes, and Harry gets this kind of like look on his face, and then all of a sudden, about 30 seconds into the song, he gets this little clever smile, and he adds an extra beat into the solo section. And nobody's the wiser in the audience. And now they're clapping on 2 and 4. And the drummer in the background just goes, he's so excited that he's managed to flip around. And Nino did exactly the same thing. There was one point there where, whether it was by accident or by design, Nino, you gave us the perfect example of rhythmic displacement and got Deb to move over to 2 and 4. And then it went back to 1 and 3. But it doesn't matter because everybody was just having fun and it was so cool. I really like that. I thought that was pretty neat. All righty. Now that I've rambled on enough about absolutely nothing, but that's the kind of cool thing. If you guys want to do stuff like that and send me stuff, send me videos of you guys jamming on your couches or whatever. It's great. I've got another thing I'm going to play a little bit later on of some guy doing karaoke. He's just in his living room, flips on his karaoke machine and sings karaoke. Because why not? Let's share the share the happiness. There's enough other nonsense going around right now, so let's share the happiness. I think that's a good idea. All right. This whole time when I've been talking, I should have been looking for another song to play. Oh, let's do this one. I know we've done it before, but it's so good. It's so good, and it's got such a great message to it as well. Speaking of generations, right, or intergenerations, when it's so hard for us to communicate to our parents or our parents to communicate to us, and this song was written many decades ago, and its message is absolutely perfect. It captures those tensions brilliantly. It's not time to make a change. Just relax and take it easy. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to know. You'll find a girl, settle down. If you want, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. I was once like you are now, and I know that it's not easy to be calm when you found something going on. But take your time, think a lot. Well, think of everything you've got, for you will still be here tomorrow, but your dreams may not. I try to explain, 'cause when I do, it turns away again. It's always been the same old story. From the moment I could talk, I was ordered to listen. Now there's a way, and I know that I have to go. I know I have to go. It's not time to make a change. Just sit down and take it slowly. You're still young, and that's your fault. There's so much you have to go through. You'll find a girl, settle down, and if you want, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. All the times that I cried, keeping all the things I knew inside. It's hard, but it's harder to ignore it. All right. I'm gonna do one of my tunes, if that's all right with you guys. Did this the other day, well, maybe a few days ago now, and it's interesting because I've never tried it with the looper before. That was pretty cool. So Brian McLean said, "How about some Arlo Guthrie?" I don't know enough Arlo Guthrie to do it. I mean, we could probably do Alice's Restaurant, but that would just go on forever and run into the next guest. I looked at a couple while the other song was playing, and I need to listen to them again, but I will. Colorful again would be amazing. We'll do Colorful for sure, but we'll probably do it a little bit later on. And then Sean Father says, "Give me 3 steps." He only wants that because there's cowbell in it. We know, Sean. We know your MO. We know. Your MO is the CB. We know. All right, so let's see here. That'll work, I think. We're just going to tune this real quick here. Hold on one second. You can listen to the wonderful drummer while we're tuning. Taking time for the wind in the trees and the falling of leaves leave behind. Thick-headed fools unaware of their rules, I am leaving. Sands of the hourglass wasted away and leaving out those who can't understand the dawn of your day. I am leaving. And over the sea I'll be running to you. And over the sea my galleon aground. Faith in the stars will lead me to prove a soul in the wild, though I'm tethered and bound. I am leaving. I am leaving. Say no more. Your words are attaching my feet to a stone. Close the door. It's a long, lonely highway. I'm traveling home as I'm leaving. If I return, welcome me in with a loving embrace, or should I stars will lead me to prove. Soul in the wild, though I'm tethered and bound, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Oh, I'm leaving. Leaving today. We said we were going to tune. It didn't work very well, did it? Something was out of tune there. Oh, guitars. Give me an electric piano any day. Look, I'm in tune. Hey, Phil Charette, thanks. Yeah, I love that time signature too. It's kind of neat. It's like a 3444 thing. I don't know what you would call that. Darren would probably be able to answer that better than I can. I just call it neat. That's that's what I call it. Oh boy. Well, we are like 1 minute early for our next guest, so I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and get them on the line, because by the time I do that, it'll probably be time to go. I know. Where's the woodblock theme? Where's the woodblock theme when we need it? There it is. Doing it manually. That's just the kind of professional show you get here. All right, I've got our next guest on the line. I'm going to switch over my camera so he's not staring at my pants. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. And I'm wondering if he would take a moment and just turn his camera sideways so we get some nice landscape video. That would be fantastic. There we go. I love how I can do all this stuff behind the scenes and you guys don't see it. It's magic. Don't look behind the curtain. See, now I've screwed him up. Now he's got to reorient everything. All right. Looks like he's ready. We'll bring him over. Mr. Kevin Harris, are you there, sir?
Very good. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing quite well. You said you were going to shave, and I'm very proud that you didn't. Well, we are talking with Mr. Kevin Harris, who is one of the most amazing guitar players that's ever been my good fortune to be able to call a friend and a bandmate. I remember going and watching his skill with great envy when he used to be in a punk band called Village Idiot back in the day. And then he became a bandmate of mine in Big Sexy. You can see the banner behind me there somewhere. And then another bandmate of mine in a band called The Source, when we were both in that band together. And so it's been my privilege to have been on a musical journey with him for several years. And those of you who have seen Kevin play know exactly what I'm talking about. But he also has a solo project called Kevin Plays Guitar, and he's just released a new album called The Terror, which I will let him talk about. Actually, let's just start with that, Kevin. Let's talk about The Terror. And merchandise right there. Excellent. Tell us a little bit about what it was like to self-produce that album, and then also what the theme is behind it, because it's thematic.
Sure. First of all, before I start with that, that was an original song you were just doing right before I came on?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. That's I was jamming out on my guitar. I was kind of noodling around on some little guitar licks there while you were singing. So.
Well, we're going to talk later.
Very nice. The Terror. I think I put out my first solo project, I guess you'd say, back in '96, I think, and it was always kind of had something on the side, and I would always just make a few copies for a few friends and things, and just for my own personal enjoyment, and because I feel like I got music like you do, you got music you want to get out, and so the last thing I did was in 2014, I think. I put out my last one, and I even had it all put out on digital online, right, like through iTunes and everything, and so that was a neat little experience. And this time around, I started writing songs, and at first I thought I'd be singing over them, and then I got really kind of inspired by Joe Satriani, who's been a big influence on me, and I got to listening to he put out a new album there sometime around, I don't know, 2016, 2017, something like that, and I got really inspired by it, and I kind of started thinking, I want to put out an instrumental guitar thing, and so the songs I was writing, I kind of scrapped whatever vocal things I had going, and I started putting turning them into guitar melodies, and and it got to be a lot of fun for me. I really enjoyed it. I found I really loosened the reins, like, artistically, and I was able to do a lot of really cool things with it. So, but I've been recorded it all on just picking away at it for over the period of 2 years or so on GarageBand on my MacBook, and that's how it kind of came together.
And then tell us a little bit about the theme of the album, because as soon as you let me know, or I think I saw it posted on Facebook. It's not like we have this inside connection here, but when you posted it, I saw The Terror. Immediately, the first thing that came to my mind was the recent television series, The Terror.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I decided I've been watching a lot of I don't know, it must be the last 10 years or so has been a lot of binge watching of TV starting to happen, right? Those are the viewing habits that are starting to happen. I found myself getting drawn into a lot of different TV shows, and since this album was instrumental, I kind of started fashioning them after certain scenes from certain television shows. So the title track is from The Terror, and some of the songs are kind of about the general show itself. Some of them are actually about specific scenes in specific shows, and just kind of around character development. And I just wanted to kind of do something kind of maybe on a rock side, but still kind of try to capture the mood, I guess. So The Terror is from that TV show, The Terror, which is a historical horror fiction kind of mashup of the doomed Franklin expedition, and to find the Northwest Passage. And as anyone knows from history, in that those crew never came back. They never found the two ships. Well, they did find the two ships in recent years. They found them sunk at the bottom of in the Canadian Arctic, but they don't know exactly what happened to the crew. They just assumed they were stuck in the ice, and they starved to death. They got lead poisoning from the tin cans they had back in the 1800s.
Yeah.
And, there's stories that they may have resorted to cannibalism, and so the TV show kind of took. I'm a big history buff, and but the TV show took that and took it in. They added kind of a supernatural horror element to it, which I thought was really kind of cool. And
agreed.
So, yeah.
It's interesting, because one of the things that's so powerful about music is that, music, even without the lyric content, there's the tonality and the timbre with which it's presented can bring you on this emotional journey. And that's kind of neat, because you can convey those same emotions that you experience when you watch the program. You can convey those in there. Like, my favorite track on that album is Dexter and Trinity at the Dining Room Table. And I've never seen Dexter, the TV show, which you would let me know that's what that was about. But I can feel that tension in that song that you when you describe the scene to me, I can absolutely feel that tension in the song. So I think it's a real testament to the power of music to connect to somebody, emotionally, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I didn't want these songs to come off, a lot of these shows have maybe more of a symphonic kind of musical score going on, right? And I wanted to do something more, like I said, more like a Joe Satriani Guitar Hero kind of thing. So yeah, there's a bit of layering and stuff in there, but overall it's kind of a forward rock kind of project. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of do that. But yeah, the Dexter one was a really cool one. I really once you're done watching all these shows and you're kind of left with a few scenes that really stuck with you, and that particular one there, the Trinity Killer sitting down at the dinner table for Thanksgiving dinner with Dexter, and they're two serial killers, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was just you cheer for the anti-hero, right?
For sure, absolutely. And that's one of those really great casting things too, right? Like, I mean, there's a movie called, I believe it's called The Woodsman, and it has Kevin Bacon in it as the character. But the thing is that Kevin Bacon's character is a pedophile.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to loathe this person.
Yeah.
But you find yourself almost having sympathy, right? And because it's such a great casting choice, right? It's just that it's amazing how those things can kind of play on your emotions and your instincts. So when you produced this album, you said you did it through GarageBand on your MacBook, and I think it's also kind of neat that the technology has now become so accessible that you can do that. You can produce an entire album. How did you get things like the drum tracks? How did that work out? Did you actually have to program them in?
Yeah. I'd like to first state that I do play drums. I am a drummer. I played them all through high school. I don't actually own a drum set, but I play them in my job as a music teacher. I'm constantly going on the drum kit, playing with my students. But I've never really had the chance to record them before, and I got pretty good over the last 25, 30 years at programming drum machines. So so on this album, you can start with basic, GarageBand has a really cool feature where they give you drum loops or drum tracks to use, but you can dig down in them and change. They can present it on a grid, like by 16th notes, let's say, right?
Sure.
And then there's a scale up and down where you can change the different sounds, right? So they give you a couple different bass drum tones, they give you flams on a snare instead of just a snare hit, rim shots, different cymbals, different toms. So you can adjust all that stuff, right? So I would just start with a basic drum track, and then I would add and delete different parts and
just to mix it up or suit what you needed.
Yeah, and I kind of approach it. I'm nowhere near the drummer of someone like a Jack LaHoo or a Jay Barrett. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think I have a pretty good sense of trying to make those drums sound, look more natural, I guess.
Yep.
You can even control the velocity, like how hard they hit. So you don't have the bass drum hitting at the exact same volume every single beat through the entire song. You can soften it here and there. And
yeah, like even when I'm doing this, very rudimentary looping stuff in the keyboard that I'm using has the same thing, right? The velocity sensitive key. So it's like, I can hit, you can get a real different sound, so you can vary it up. And who needs these human drummers anyway, right? Yeah. I kid. I'm going to be talking to one. I'm going to be talking to one later, and I can feel the ire. I have it down here on your title card as well that you're an educator, and you spoke a little bit about the fact that you're a music educator. Now, because we've moved into this new realm of teaching, this online realm of teaching, how does that work for you in terms of, music education? Are you still doing music education, or have you moved into a more of a core curriculum? With your students?
Well, I can't teach the kids. I'm an elementary music teacher, so I'm at my school where I teach all the students from grade 1 to grade 8. I teach them. So I do everything from vocal music to hand drums to recorders and then, right up to trumpets, clarinets, flutes, all that stuff, right? So I obviously can't really teach the instrument side of it. So what I've been doing is just sticking to just some quick online assignments. I've had to learn how to use the online platforms, how to create an assignment, and then how to, retrieve it and leave a comment for the kids. That's something I haven't really been used to doing. I've taken a lot of workshops on it, but I've never actually had to actually use it. So, but yeah, I'm just sticking to right now. It's still very early. We're just kind of starting it, but I'm sticking to things like music theory, listening to songs, and then doing a response on it or drawing a picture about it or something like that.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, because I imagine it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for you to be able to. You and I have done a couple of experiments now where we've tried these softwares where you can jam remotely,
yeah,
and it has been nothing but an abject failure
yeah.
on each one. And so
Yeah.
I can even imagine, like, yeah, how would you present those lessons? But I think that's really fascinating that you do things like, oh, let's listen to this song and draw a picture about it, and you're drawing upon creativity in other ways that maybe tie in musically but don't necessarily have to be musical.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's a focus right now. They really want the kids to have that. They want to keep the math skills and the language skills. They want to keep the kids reading. There's not so much a big focus on music, right? But music through times like this, as you've seen it, and look at what you're doing right now. Like, you're using music and bringing community together. And in times like this, people need to have that entertainment. And even if you're a musician, you still want to have an outlet in some way. So my message for my students is right now is that, hey, music, it makes you stronger, right? So, play it, listen to it, create it, do what you can. And, my little assignment that I'm going to give you for this week, it's minuscule compared to what they want you to do for language or math or science and all that. And that's great. But, sometimes a lot of students like to take a break from that stuff and just, go do something music. You do something makes your brain work in a different way.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think it's important for me and other music teachers to keep that going. Yeah, so it's really weird though, not having that one-on-one time with students or having my school band. Well, that's the favorite part of my day is I come into work before school and I get to work with my band and we're getting ready for concerts in the future and that's my favorite part of my job, and I don't have that right now. So that kind of sucks, but
just get a Zoom meeting going with all these kids. It'll be perfect. How have you found the parent reaction to this new method of teaching? Because it's one thing we've talked about it a little bit in the past, and we've on the past programs here, and I like that I get to say past programs like this is actually a thing, right? But anyway, on some of the past chats we've had, parents, especially parents with special needs kids, the parents themselves are now finding them, their position, they have to work from home. And it's one thing to work from home and avoid the distractions of television and the internet. It's another thing entirely to work from home and avoid the distractions of your children. So have you heard any feedback from parents in terms of do you find that they're paying more attention or they're getting more involved in their kids' education maybe?
Yeah, everyone's different, right? Like some families have parents who are find themselves not working right now, so they've got time. They can help their kids through things, especially those with younger kids who don't know how to navigate. Like you got little grade 1s and kindergarten kids that are still having to do things, right? And so they really need an adult there to walk them through. But then there's other families where people are working on the front line, as we're saying now, those frontline workers, and they're exhausted. And some people really don't want to have to deal with stuff from school or they want to, but it's hard, right? And it's hard to find that time and energy to put into that. There's other people who think that keeping more of a formal, not formal, but regimented assignments and things going is good. They want that for their kids, and there's other people who want to take the break and use it for, like I know for my own kids, they're doing their schoolwork, but this is an opportunity for me to teach them how to cook. We're
Sure.
learning how to cook things, like we're teaching them some things where I haven't had a whole lot of time to do before. So we're kind of getting into cool things like that.
Yeah, it's
So there's all kinds of different things happening. We're seeing from the family side. Some people, it's not enough work for them. Other people, it's too much work. There's been getting into this one too, where some people want all their work given to them on a Monday morning, let's say, and then they can have the week to get it done at their own pace. Other people don't like that because it makes them feel overwhelmed. So they would rather have little bits given to them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
sure, sure.
So
Yeah,
it's a there's no way to accommodate everybody, I guess.
of course. It's interesting because one of the things that we've talked about with other educators, or I've talked about with other educators, is that coming from a Montessori background, when we were in the primary grades, there was a lot of emphasis placed on what we would call practical life exercises. So it would be things like pouring water into containers, matching things, sewing things, finding out about different tactile things, which is exactly what you're talking about. It's introducing them to cooking or basic housekeeping methods or things like that. So I think it's interesting that we're starting to see a more rounded approach, maybe, or a more holistic approach to education, which it's kind of neat.
Yeah.
I want to bring in somebody from the comment section here, Jocelyn, who as soon as your camera snapped into frame, she just put a bunch of drooly faces and then those guitars. So with another Ted Lamont, when he was on, she asked a great question, and that was, I'm just gonna regurgitate that question to you now. Do you have a favorite guitar, and what's its name?
Oh, well. I've got quite a few. I think I'm up to about 15 now. Some of them hold special value to me. Like I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, take us on a tour. Take us on a tour.
Okay, let's see here. All right. Maybe I stay in this position. I don't know. Maybe I go like this. Is that okay?
Whatever works, man. That looks great.
All right, so this here is my Village Idiot guitar. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it into frame here. So this one I took on tour in the 90s all over. Maybe if I back up. There we go, the orange, the sunburst one there. So that one went all over the United States and Canada in the 90s with me. I'm never going to get rid of that guitar, but it's actually not my best playing guitar by a mile, but it's excellent. And this here, acoustic, where is it? There we go, this Takamine acoustic. I've had this for probably 25 years or so, and I got it on Long McQuaid, a rental. It's kind of beat up and scratched. Yeah, I recently started jamming out with the guys from Sinner there, and with Al Kenny, and I was excited to join up with those guys, so I got myself a Randy Rhoads V.
Nice.
But then we didn't. The band broke up, so so it's just sitting there now. I don't know. I'll use it sometime. But really, my favorite guitars have been. I like my Gretsch. That's a lot of fun. But over here is my Paul Reed Smith. So that one has been my best guitar right there. And I recently got a Dave Navarro model right there, a white one that is fantastic. So I'm a big Paul Reed Smith guy. So I keep coming back to those.
Nice. Well, I thank you very much. And Jocelyn, she says, I'm in heaven just looking at them. So, but I want to share this with you. When you said, that you have your Village Idiot guitar and you'll never get rid of it. So I also have this.
Yes.
So this is the very first electric guitar I ever bought. And it is a piece of crap
Yeah.
I can't even read it anymore. I think it's Korean.
Yeah.
It's a Korean Strat. It cost me like $300 at Long
Yeah.
McQuaid, and I thought I was just the coolest person in the world.
Of course.
Yeah, and this is like this guitar has been through so many things. Like this is the one that was all wrapped up with Christmas lights that was hooked up to that echo unit when I would hit the strings, the whole guitar would light up and
Yeah.
then caught on fire. Uh,
Yeah.
and I'll never get rid of it either. I'll never get rid of it.
Yeah.
I think it's cool how those things kind of stay with us. Well, I want to ask you a couple of the standard questions here, just because it's interesting to see everybody's take and everybody's kind of headspace on these things. What from the life of normalcy a few weeks ago is it that you miss the most? And
Uh,
and on the flip side, having to have been isolated and having to have been housebound, is there anything that to your surprise you've found comfort or joy in?
yeah, I can answer both of those. So the thing I miss the most, well, is just, I gotta say, probably live music. I mean, live music at school with my students, live music with my band, The Source, and I also, little plug out too, I got a new little band started up as well, with Dave Gatt and Don Garant and Aaron Bell. We don't have a name yet, but we've been playing for a few months, and
Nice.
we're almost ready to. We're over halfway ready to being able to play out. But I miss that. I miss going to practices. I miss playing live. Yeah, playing quite regularly with The Source. That's a lot of fun. Some really good people there. Nino, Jay, and Jessica, and that's a lot of fun. And I also miss playing hockey. Like I'm a goalie, and I play regularly every Thursday, and a few more on top of that. There are other teams that need goalies sometimes, and I really miss getting out there and doing that. But what I found has been a lot of fun is, I'm out a lot at night playing and practicing and hockey. I found I've been home a lot now, just hanging out with my wife and kids, and that's kind of rediscovering that. When the kids were really young, we didn't, I didn't have a band at that point. I was putting everything I had into family at that time, and I kind of dropped out of the music scene for a few years there, and it feels kind of like I'm back in those days. Like I'm home every night with the kids, and my wife and I are exploring some new TV shows. We've even broken out the Wii.
Ooh.
And we've been playing some Mario Brothers. We've been on quite a run. So.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's been I was saying to you earlier too. Like I can't imagine when we were kids in the '80s.
Oh God.
What would we have done in a quarantine like this? Like there wasn't the entertainment options from home that you have now.
We would have worn the crap out of that Etch-a-Sketch, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Well, those are great answers. Let me ask you then these questions, and then we're gonna play something off the Terror. And the only one I'll be honest with you, the only one I still have right now is Dexter and Trinity. So I hope that's okay with you, because we've played it once before, but I just have it on repeat myself anyway. So we've heard the rules and the regulations and everything, but what do you think, in your opinion, what do you think people ought to be doing now, and what ought they not be doing?
What should they be doing?
Yeah, what should they be doing? What shouldn't they be doing?
In terms of quarantining themselves? Or?
Yeah.
I think we should be, it's a pain in the butt to go grocery shopping and everything. And, I used to work grocery too before I was a teacher. I spent a lot of years working grocery stores. And, so my hat's off to the people that are working there. Like that's, the only time I've ever seen the grocery industry this bad off was in 2003 when the blackout happened that crossed the country. Right.
Yep.
There was a lot of panic buying and a lot of food supply issues, and that was a pretty crazy time for the grocery industry, just like it is now. Um, but I truly believe I think we should be staying the course for what we're doing right now. I think we're putting in some good measures. Yeah, when I reading some stories about in the United States how they're dealing with people protesting that they have to stay at home.
Yeah.
And, that's I don't know. That's kind of tough to read, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm pretty. I think it's pretty necessary, the social distancing and everything we're doing right now. But I think we should be keeping it up. But I just don't know what the end point is going to be, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody does, and I think that's part of the frustration that fuels these things, like we've seen in Livonia and other parts of the states as well. Kevin, it's been a pleasure as always to talk with you.
Thank you.
I miss playing with you. I miss hanging out with you. I'm very sad that you have another band and I'm not in it. But
I miss you too.
I'm sure our paths will cross again. I want to thank you very much for being a part of the conversation. Jocelyn has one more question for you for the guitars. Which is your oldest and newest? I believe the Village Idiot one is probably your oldest, right? The Sunburst one.
Yeah. Yeah, that one and my acoustic are probably the oldest that I have. I had a whole bunch before that. I don't know what I did with them. I think at some point I was moving a lot back in those days, back in the mid 90s. It seemed like I was moving every 6 months to a new place. I didn't even unpack my belongings. I had my belongings in like a handful of banana boxes, and I didn't even unpack them. I think at one place I stayed at, I actually left a bunch of my old guitars there because I got sick of carrying them around. So I really wish I never did that. But.
So somewhere somebody's got a Kevin Harris original that we can, they're they're looking at eBay and trying to mark it up as we talk.
Yeah, but my newest one is this one right here. This is the Dave Navarro Paul Reed Smith model, and I've been on the lookout for some. They don't make it anymore, but I've been on the lookout for a little while for someone selling one used, and a good friend of mine here in Windsor put one up for sale recently, and I was able to jump on it. So
nice.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic guitar. So that one's definitely a keeper.
Serendipity. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Works every time. Thank you, Kevin, and I look forward to talking with you soon. And we're gonna cut out to Dexter there.
Thank you very much.
All right, my friend. Take care. And the best to you, best to your family as well.
You too.
Okay, man.
Bye.
Well, there we had Mr. Kevin Harris. Kevin plays guitar, and we're going to hear some Kevin plays guitar right now. We're going to hear my favorite track from the Terror album. Kevin, I forgot to ask you to please drop in your a link to where people can check this stuff out. So I'll message you while this song is playing and make sure that we get that in there. And then I'm going to take a really quick, really brief, momentary pause for the cause after that, and I want to put on the Louis Sauve, who sent me some karaoke, which is just cool. Again, it's like Nino and Deb on the couch, right? It's fantastic. All right, here we go with Kevin Harris. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Room Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.
Well, here goes another one. Hope you like it. It's Blue Eyes by Elton John. Let me know what you think, guys. Be honest. If it sounds stupid, let me know. Blue eyes, baby's got blue eyes, like the deep blue sea on a blue, blue day. Blue eyes, baby's got blue eyes. When the morning comes, I'll be far away, and I'll say, blue eyes holding back the tears, holding back the pain. Baby's got blue eyes, and she's alone again. Blue eyes, baby's got blue eyes, like a clear blue sky, watching over me. Blue eyes, ooh, I love blue eyes. When I'm by her side, where I long to be, I will see blue eyes laughing in the sun, laughing in the rain. Baby's got blue eyes, and I am home, and I am home again. Blue eyes laughing in the sun, laughing in the rain. Baby
Well, I don't think we had to worry, Lewis. I think that was great. Isn't that neat? Like, you don't have to be a professional player or musician. I mean, clearly you've been watching me, you know that's the case. But I'm saying, you like, you know, let's get some videos of people doing karaoke. Why not? It's so much fun. Yeah, very well done. Very well done. We're gonna have some more music from some more local folks coming up, including friends of my daughter. That's pretty cool. More youngins making music, making us old folks look bad by being so wonderful. Let's see. I'm gonna do this tune now that that Nino and Deb did. I'm gonna give it a shot, and I'm gonna throw the looper on it and have some fun with it. So let's see. And yes, we'll put some cowbell in for Mr. Sean Fathers.
As you walk on by,
walk on by. Come on, come by me. Will you walk on by? I say la 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 la. Will you walk on by? Will you call my name? Will you walk on by? Hey, 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 hey! Ooh, oh, oh. Gotta have the little high ending in there. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. All righty. That was fun. That was fun, I thought. Oh, okie dokie. Well, now what? Now what are we going to do? I know Madeline suggested that we drink a lot of water. I just prefer my water with lots of chemicals in it. We're about 15 minutes away from our next guest, which is something I'm looking forward to. We did this one a little while ago. It was good, but it does need Deb's tambourine. I did put the tambourine in there. I had it in there, but it wasn't close. So let's see. We did this one before. And Piano Man. All right. All right. Only because it's you asking. This requires a little bit of setup here. That's not too bad. One of these days, I'm going to master playing all these things together. Let's see if we can do a little bit of a beat to this one as well. You know what? I don't like that. Let's try it again. It's a little better. But not yet. Switch the sound. It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. It's too slow. He said, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes. It sounded sweet and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 diddy da, la la diddy da da dum. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. We're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling alright. Now John at the bar, he's a friend of mine. He gets me my drinks for free, and he's quick with a joke, and he'll light up his smoke. But there's some place that he'd rather be. He said, Bill, I believe this is killing me, and a smile ran away from his face. I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. La 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 diddy da, la la diddy da da dum. Now Paul is a real estate novelist who never had time for a wife, and he's talking with David, who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. And the waitress is practicing politics as a businessman slowly gets stoned. Sharing a drink they call loneliness, it's better than drinking alone. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. We're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling alright. It's a pretty good crowd for a Saturday, and the manager gives me a smile. He knows that it's me they've been coming to see, to forget about coronavirus for a while. And the piano, it sounds like a carnival, and the microphone smells like Coke Zero. And they sit at the bar, put virtual bread into my jar and say, man, you're a quarantine hero. Well, sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. We're all in the mood for a melody, you've got us feeling alright. Ow. Ow. Ever since I became a long-eared hippie freak, I can't play the harmonica anymore. Or I just need to find a long-hair hippie freak version of a harmonica holder. Well, Kevin suggested "Windows Are Rolled Down" by Amos Lee, and I did play that once on here, but only once. So let's do that, and we'll try to do a little beat for it. Why not? I think that's appropriate. Let's see. Now, this song has two different beats in it. So I'm going to do the first beat, which is actually the second beat. It'll make sense later. Because in the second or the last verse, it kind of comes down a little bit and does a little rim shot instead of a little snare drum. So let's see if we can get this thing working out. So that's right. And then we have there's like a little. It'll make sense. Can't get the drum rolls exactly right like you would with a human drummer, but now we can add the other part. And then we can shut it off when we want to get nice and low like this. But let's keep it going as the song starts off. Look up, child. World is born, shoes untied, and your soles are worn. Windows are rolled down. The sun is setting high. Windows are rolled down, and I'm fixing to die. Corn rolls down, companion field, this rocky road, and this steering wheel. Who do you call to ease your pain? I hope for you to get through this rain. Windows are rolled down. Moon is hanging low. Windows are rolled down. Think it's time for me to go.
is it what you dreamed it'd be? Are you locked up in this fantasy? Oh, this miles an air torn us apart. My newfound faith and my broken heart. Windows are rolled down. The sun is rising high. Windows are rolled down. I feel the wind rushing by. Windows are rolled down.
Well, that was a whole lot of fun. Apologies to my drummer friends for, that whole it's hard to do that beat. There's another one that I've been doing. I've done it a couple times now. 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover, and that's got a really funky drum beat to it too, and that's really hard to do. But it's the challenging thing that makes it so much more interesting. All right, well, I'm going to get our next guest prepped and ready here. Speaking of drummer friends, there's a cool story with this chap, which we'll talk about. I don't want to set it up too much before he gets on the call, but it's a pretty neat story. I'm not going to lie. And while he's telling us a little bit about some of his stuff, I'm going to have a little surprise prepared. And we are going to go over. I'm just going to change my camera so that he's not looking at my pants, because I'm sure he doesn't want to see that. Darren, is there any way that you could turn your phone sideways, or would you rather do it in portrait? It's up to you. You can do it either way, but sideways we get more of a shot. Oh yeah, that looks so much better. Oh, magnificent. All right, we're gonna bring him over right now, and we're gonna get him live.
Get out of the way.
Mr. Darren Curtis, how are you, sir?
I'm wonderful, thank you. How are you, Christopher? It's good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you, and I have not seen you in, I mean, like in any kind of real fashion. I'm gonna say for 33 years.
I actually feel like I'm probably your oldest friend / guest ever yet in the history of Face to Facebook with Christopher Maritet.
I think that you are 100% correct in that. So here's the story, or do you want to tell the story? And then
I want to hear your version.
You want to hear? Okay, so way back when, I was, I was 13. And I was trying to figure out, what I was going to do with this piano playing thing that I've been obsessed with ever since I was about 3 years old. And I got invited to play keyboards, and I don't even remember how it exactly happened, but somebody invited me to play keyboards for
friend of a friend, probably.
Yeah, exactly. A friend of a friend somewhere down the line invited me to play keyboards for this band, and they wanted to do 2 songs that had keyboards in. One was Runaway by Bon Jovi, and the other one,
hello.
Yeah, right. And the other one was The Final Countdown by Europe.
I mean,
so
hello.
Exactly, right?
How do you do either one of those without a Christopher Maritet in the band?
Well, here's the thing: is that the Christopher Maritet at the time had no keyboard, so Christopher Maritet went to his uncle Pete, who had a really old, and I mean like super, super old keyboard. The thing weighed like as much as I do now, which is impressive. Um, and
Can I just, for the record, you weighed a lot less then.
I was like the weight of one of my arms, absolutely.
Literally.
And so I got my friend Dave LeBute, who is now with Big Wiggle, to show me, to walk me through these things, because this, for me at the time, the Final Countdown was a complicated thing, right?
Sure.
I was not very, I was 13 anyway.
And see, I never heard this part of the story.
Oh, okay. See, this is
the
gonna make
learning of the song part.
yeah, this is gonna make you respect me far less. So anyway,
Is that even possible?
we
I'm
went
kidding.
we went through this thing, and I eventually learned it as best as I could, and I went out to was it Stony Point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, went out to Stony Point
Point Roche.
for rehearsal with these folks. Now, Randy Laframboise is the one that I think organized this whole thing for me. So I have to
for the record, it's Lefrancois.
Oh, sorry, Lefrancois. I'm sorry. Yes, Lefrancois. He orchestrated this whole thing, so I have to credit him as the person that actually got me my very first gig. But he had sent me all these tapes to listen to, and you have to understand that I was coming from a musical background of Simon and Garfunkel and Elton John, and the very first tape that he gave me was Striper.
There you go.
And I just remember listening to this and going, what now?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, I show up to the rehearsal, and
the rehearsal gymnasium, if I'm not mistaken,
in a grade school gymnasium. And I show up there, and I am wearing, my parents had to drive me there, of course, and I'm wearing my jeans with my t-shirt, or I think it wasn't even a t-shirt, just tucked into my pants, and a neat little belt and everything. And I'm trying to carry this keyboard up there, and here come these guys with their 3/4 length concert tees, and like, you guys were like friggin' rock stars at the time, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm going to be doing here. And then I have vague memories of being on stage and being terrified of trying to do the right at the time. I was like, is this right? I don't know if what I'm doing is right. And I remember looking out, and I remember seeing this sea of faces, and they were all looking at me. And then I think I probably wanted to pee. And then
you may have actually even done that.
That's right. And then the rest of the night was a blur. The only thing I remember else from that was, at the end of the night, my parents picking me up in our Volkswagen Beetle, and me climbing in the back and being so tired that I fell asleep. And Randy came out and was like knocking on the door. He's like, "Hey, we have to do this thing or whatever." And I'm like, "I don't care. I just want to go home." And that,
oh man, that's fabulous. That's a wonderful story. I bet you I was probably not, maybe 2 years older than you or something. I'm not quite sure our age difference, but it's not a whole lot. I know that much, within a couple of years. So I was definitely still in early stages of high school at that point. 10th grade, I would say, maybe somewhere around that area. So that's fabulous. I never heard the story about how you actually had to learn the songs from someone else. And
oh my goodness. Yeah, it was it was just, anyway, I thank you guys very much, because you were all extremely patient with me.
Well, that's nice to hear, man. Karma, I think that's one of the things with a lot of musicians that I know, anyway, in my circle of musician friends, and it's very broad, it's very large. I have a lot of musician friends, and all of them that I can say are all those types of people. We're kind of laid back. We want to help other people. We understand what it's like to be in a position where, it can be intimidated by being on stage, or intimidated for playing an instrument or a song, in this case, for the first time. That's out of your wheelhouse, your typical wheelhouse. So yeah, absolutely, man. That's great to hear. And I'm glad that, a good impression was made back then, because here we are today, 30 years later, at least, probably. So more than.
Well, yeah, I mean, it absolutely gave me the bug, right? Like I remember that when I was doing that, I realized that this is what I want to do with the rest of my life.
Right, and it's literally something that at that point I was knee deep. Like you said, we were wearing 3/4 length rock tees and I was knee deep into being a rock star at that point. It was like, yeah, this is what I want to do. I know this is what I want to do. There was no turning back at that point.
There was so much spandex. It was
right. I know. I mean,
anyway.
The 80s. You were playing Bon Jovi, Runaway.
That's it. That's it. Anyway, so
yeah, we were actually really blessed and fortunate to have an awesome situation there in Stony Point in my younger days. I mean, it wasn't my earliest band experience. I kind of went back even a little earlier than that. I used to play tuba in the Scarlet Brigade in Windsor when I was in 6th or 7th, 8th grade. So that wasn't my first band experience, but that experience for me was really an amazing one, that we were literally allowed to have access to this grade school with the keys, you know, and not myself, of course, the parents, Randy's parents had access. And, you know, we were allowed to go in there every weekend. And, you know, kudos to my parents who would drive me down to Stony Point. I lived in Bell River at the time, and they would drive me out there every single weekend with a load of drums in the car, and got me to the grade school. And we would have a blast in there. We would play for hours in a gymnasium. We'd have friends come in, and they'd be shooting hoops and the basketball nets while we're up there jamming out some Striper.
So good. It's so good. So tell me a little bit about, the musical journey that, this has led you to. I mean, I can see, your placard behind you, and this is your current project, correct? Of which I do have some stuff that we're going to play.
Awesome.
But kind of walk me through your journey here.
Certainly, I would love to. Well, let me start right now, as I sit here. I'm at Sound Shop Studios. I see that you have in Livonia. That's where I live, but where I am currently at right now, and I'm actually staying quarantined. How lucky am I to be staying quarantined in a place like this? There's an RV motorhome parked out back that Elsie Banks uses as our band motorhome, and I'm using it as my bedroom right now, and this is my living room in my house. So fortunately, I have good friends that are allowing me to do this, and some good people in my life that are allowing me to do this. Things going on that have led me to here. So let's see. Elsie Banks has been about 2.5 years now. This is our headquarters. This is our home base. The band's been in existence for about almost 5 years, I suppose now. I came in I've been in it longer than halfway now, so in the existence of the band. And we've done some pretty awesome stuff, including touring across the United States all the way to Hollywood. We've played at the Whiskey A Go-Go, which is kind of like any musician's bucket list item right there. And I feel completely blessed and fortunate to have done that. And what an amazing experience that was for us all. And now, we're working on songs for our 4th album now. Our last album was a completely acoustic album, which we took some of the the first 2 albums, we took some of those songs, revamped them into an acoustic version, which really played well for some of those songs. And then we also wrote a couple new songs. And then when I first joined the band, we did a single called Everything About It. And that was a heavy rock song that we revamped for the acoustic album as well, which I think is really probably my all-time favorite song on that album is Everything About It Part 2. So
Nice.
So we're working on songs for our 4th album. How lucky is that to be in a place like this, to be able to do that for me? It's like a dream come true,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and maybe I'll take a walk around at some point and show you the place when we're in a moment. But so before that, and still actually, I play in 80s Incorporated, 80s Inc. from Windsor, of course. I've been in that band now for a good almost 15 years. I think we've been in existence, so it's been a good run.
It's a good long run,
Inc. Yeah, and as a side thing with 80s Inc., we also have Riot House, which is basically all the same members. Mark Chichkin is in this, and Scott Skarscadden, Mark Underwood, Brian Beauchart. And both bands have the same members, 80s Inc. and Riot House. So we've been doing that, been real busy. We've had some awesome gigs with that band. We got to open for the B-52s at the Detroit Grand Prix. We play, of course, at Cosmos. I know you play there when we can play there. That's a wonderful room to play. We've had some great stuff along the way. It's been a good 15-year run so far. So it's fun talk about spandex and Bon Jovi and all
Well,
that
okay,
stuff. So,
bringing it back around to that, you're not going to be able to see this until maybe either you watch the repeat of this if you go and check it out, or if you happen to have it on a computer right now where you can see sort of the delay. But I'm gonna. Oh, there you go. Okay, so you now you
trying
so,
to stay abreast of the situation.
okay.
if I
Well,
can.
I'm gonna flip this over.
Oh, there you go.
Where am I? No, I'm gonna flip it over to here. There we go. All right, so you're gonna miss my flipping, which made it look way less dramatic than it was. But this is now a picture of the Labyrinth gig,
Oh
and
no!
I'm standing underneath the giant tinfoil snake head or dragon head
I see it.
or whatever it was. Believe it or not, that is me, and that is me wearing the only concert T-shirt I owned, which was an Elton John concert T-shirt.
That is amazing, my friend.
Is
That is truly, truly amazing. Oh my gosh! You have to send me a copy of that picture.
I absolutely will. Randy and Sylvie.
I do have, unfortunately, not a ready, willing, and able to share at this moment, but I do have some fun pictures from that night as well that are some of them took on a little bit of water damage over the years, but most of them are still pretty much intact. It's just whether I have the nerve to share them or not, I suppose.
Yeah, well, we'll share them. We'll share them individually, perhaps. How about that?
There we go.
We'll do a private showing before we get there.
Yeah, right. So that takes me to, of course, before 80s Inc. and Riot House and Elsie Banks and post Labyrinth days. I'm going to move now from Labyrinth and head to the rear end here now. I'm going to head
Sounds
to the back end of it all. So Labyrinth, then I got into a band called Wildside after Labyrinth. That was kind of pretty much, I know I was playing in the bars and I was underage. So I was 17, 18 years old when I jumped in with a band called Wildside that was in Windsor. Wildside, Bob Gwain.
Yep.
Bob Gwain, who was with, all the names are going to lose me right now. Mr. Please, he was the singer in Mr. Please. I'm not even sure, but anyway, Bob was the singer in that band, and Todd Pinkham actually was the bass player, who him and I from Wildside went on to go to Aces Wild. The Wild thing sort of stuck for whatever reason. It was the spandex, I guess, maybe, but. Anyway, so Aces Wild was and has been my longest running band ever. I consider that band to still be in existence today. We'll play a one-off show here and there once in a while, more for just fun or for a special occasion or
Nice.
Something like that. But that band to me was a band of brothers that I was a young drummer starting out, and it was an experience of living on the road full time for many years, and we played a ton of really awesome gigs, opening up for some really cool names along the way, mostly larger Canadian names that I can mention would have been like Kim Mitchell. In fact, the biggest show I ever played with in my life was in London. They have the Hot Air Balloon Festival in London. Well, they used to have the Hot Air Balloon Festival in London. At Harris Park, and we were opening for Kim Mitchell, and there was 33,000 people there, and it was just like, oh my gosh, talk about like the whole jitters, like man,
Yeah.
That was just what a rush that was. So fortunate to have done a couple of shows with Kim Mitchell and Aces Wild Days. Gowan, another who's now like the front guy for Styx, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's the lead singer, keyboard player for Styx, Lawrence Gowan. In those days, he was doing his solo stuff and doing quite well with it, actually. So we had the pleasure of opening for him. Warrant, the Cherry Pie guys.
Yeah.
Got to open up for Warrant. Helix on several occasions. So some pretty awesome talent that we've got to play with along the years. And then not only that, we put out a couple of albums of original material, and that's always been my numero uno thing, is the creative, artistic. I mean, it's one thing to be a musician and playing music that's been created and you're covering it. But then it's a whole other thing to be an artist and, and create your own
100%.
music and create a painting that you created yourself. And
Yeah.
that's what Aces Wild was for me, was in my younger days, was, it was a real early the songwriter came out. And well, I shouldn't say that, actually. Even in Labyrinth, we had a couple of original songs. So even back then we were dabbling, but I was always one to write poems, and which, easily become song lyrics. And of course, I've always picked up a ton of different instruments. Not that I'm a master of any of them, but I've always, picked up a lot of different instruments through my life, from the tuba to the ukulele to the guitar and the drums, and, even a little bit of piano and that, so I'm kind of lucky that I've had a lifetime of music that has kept me somewhat level-headed and grounded over the years. So.
I like to say
so
that
that about brings me up to speed.
I like to say that I'm a jerk of all trades, and now after hearing your resume, I'm going to stop even remotely considering myself having a music career. So that's good.
Stop it. No, that's not true. Hey, one of the coolest things I've heard, in a long time is what you said about, such a long time ago, and how even then my music somehow affected you in a way that was positive, and has led you to, a lifetime of music, which is, amazing. So I encourage anyone that has children, anyone that has family members that even are scratching it a little bit, and encourage that behavior, encourage that do what you can to encourage it. My dad growing up always told me that he was going to be the inventor of Nerf drumsticks. And I always thought that was kind of funny, but they always did encourage me. And
he probably rejoiced when the electronic drum kit was a thing, right?
He probably rejoiced, but by then it was way too late.
Yeah.
Because I was beating on the skins long before rubber pads
for sure.
Around,
for sure.
So.
So tell me a little bit about, with all these various projects, with this sudden change in the social climate, how has this affected you professionally? For example, how far out are you guys either postponed or canceled at this point?
Well, that's a good question. We were actually, LC Binks was literally on the road in the RV heading to a gig in Wisconsin when we got a call that turn around and it's over. So that several dates have been affected, and that's just that band alone. We had a lot of that was kind of a little mini tour, actually. We were heading out, and everything, the whole bottom fell out of that, basically. So and then we had some shows at Caesars Windsor with the 80s tribute band that got canceled. Yeah, I mean, it's even some shows in Windsor, venues in Windsor, the backstage. We had some shows there booked that had been canceled. I've been trying to actually put a sort of a reunion show together. I want to do one in London and Windsor. I'm hoping on the same weekend. I want to have LC Binks play. I want to have Aces Wild play. And all these kind of things were in the works, and all got sort of put on hold, unfortunately. So a lot of stuff has been affected. So let me backstep for a second. When we got the call on the road when we were heading to Wisconsin, the first thing we did, and it's kind of funny, the first thing we did was we turned around and we came right back to the studio, and we came in and we set up all of our gear, and we did our very first Twitch stream,
nice.
Talking about sort of adapting to what's going on in today's climate. That was literally, I feel like we were like one of the first sort of bands to hop on with that idea, because you're seeing everyone doing it basically now. And
absolutely,
that was literally like the day they, when everything was sort of like happening, we didn't really have a choice, and we were all together and we were all ready to go.
Yeah. So
we thought, well, let's give it a try. So long story short, it's affected a lot of gigs. It's affected a lot of progress in both, learning cover songs and rehearsing them and getting those songs together, but also with respect to the fourth album that we're working on. Fortunately for me being here, I'm able to track a lot of the drums. At this point, we're in the demo stage, so I'm tracking just demo drums, even though it's kind of an elaborate setup for demoing. It's sort of multi-purpose at this point. We can stream from here I can do a lot of different things from here. So demoing for the fourth album is great. It does prevent us from all getting together in one room and hashing out music. It has, definitely put its limitations on the creative side of things. But silver lining is, we're still moving forward, and we still are adapting, and we're still learning, and we're still making progress. So now more than ever, in a way, I'm almost sort of able to do more than I might have been able to do if the situation was different.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of blessed that I'm able to be here and do, like I said, I'm lucky to be in this situation. So songs are coming along. I'm super excited because for me, I've been really able to put a big personal touch on the LC Bank songs, whereas the last album, the acoustic album, there was only a couple of new songs that we had wrote together. So this fourth album for me is like, man, I'm finally getting to, really get my hands dirty and writing music again.
That's great. That's great.
Right.
And kudos to you guys for doing the Twitch thing, because I think that for the next little while anyway, for the creative types and the performing types, this is going to be the new normal. I mean, this whole project for me sprang out of the fact that I wanted to keep my chops up and I wanted to keep performing, and
absolutely,
now it's evolved into this whole other thing, and which is great, because it's allowing me to do things like reconnect with dear old friends of mine,
right.
but also kind of maintain that human connection, right, and maintain
100%.
that dialogue with people, and which I think is super important. When we can't go out and hang out with our friends, we can at least kind of hang out with them virtually.
This is the most that you and I honestly have communicated in the last 30 years.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great.
And it's sad to say, but who cares about that now? That's history. We're here today.
That's right.
And we're, and we've made a connection that may not have made, if these situations, with the circumstances were any different. So.
Very, very true. Now, the one thing that I've noticed from doing this whole performing behind the camera, as opposed to, there's a certain element as a performer in front of a live crowd where you feed from the energy from the crowd. There's no doubt about that. And when the crowd's pumped up and into what you're doing, especially if you're playing something upbeat and heavier, you definitely feed off that energy. And I found the first few times that I was doing this really challenging, because it was almost like playing to nobody, and I have no idea is what I'm doing okay or not. I mean, I think it sounds okay. Absolutely. But and then for some reason I was talking with another one of my musician friends, and I said we both arrived at the same conclusion, that playing this way you feel so much more under the microscope than if you're on stage. But it's kind of why, because on stage you have all these eyeballs peering at you. Here I just have the lens. But for some reason, this setup feels more microscopic to me somehow.
It makes perfect sense to me, actually, because there's a lot to be said about a live entertainment, like a live vibe, being in a room with the volume and the sweat and the people and the smell and all of those things combined to make an experience that I'm sure anyone watching this right now loves. And in my case, as a musician, and I'm sure in your case, whether you're playing cover songs or whether you're playing original songs, that energy that you get from performing in a live environment is unlike anything you'll ever get in any other situation in your life.
Absolutely.
There's nothing like it, and it's a drug in a sense that it's addicting. Once you do it, you realize, man, I want to do more of it.
Yeah, you're either going to be on one side of that coin, that you're going to be, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life, or I never want to do that again because it was terrifying. Right? You're going to be on one side of those two things.
And you're 100% right, and that's what makes the world go round. We all have our thing, right? So everybody's different, and that's what, if we can all look and see that, everybody has something to offer. It may not be on a stage, it may not be, and it can be the nurses, the teachers, we all whatever floats your boat. I suggest go after that, and the rest of the world should just tag along with it because that's what you want to do and what you're meant to do. So
Yeah, and now, it's such an excellent opportunity because we are now afforded all of this extra time, whereas before we were so concentrating on making widgets for 40 hours a week. But now a lot of people who are at home who have all this time on their hands, here's a great opportunity to start getting in touch with something, inside yourself creatively that maybe you haven't had time to explore or haven't had the energy to explore because you get home from a 10-hour day and you're wiped out. So do that. If you want to write, if you want to write poems, you want to paint, sculpt, draw, take photographs.
Try something different. Try something that you always thought that, man, I would love to do this, but I just never had the time.
Yeah.
Or I'd love to try this, but it's silly.
Yeah,
Pick up a guitar. Try playing a guitar if you wanted to try it.
In my case, I've tried nude modeling, and the lens on the camera cracked right away, so I knew that wasn't for me, and I went back to doing the whole music thing. So
you probably just need a different camera.
It could be. Yeah, like one that's not turned on.
Make sure you don't send those pictures.
Yeah,
me,
no,
though.
definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to Can you take a little walk around your environment there?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, let's show it off here.
All right. So this is the Sound Shop Studio. You can look it up online. Let me figure out how to get my phone off of here. Here we go.
And well, actually, what you can do is drop a link to it in the comments when we're done here, so people
all right.
can check it out. Yeah,
absolutely, for sure. So this is the Sound Shop Studio. This is what we consider our home base. Right now, we're in the live room, and there's a fella here, one of the owner, Josh Ford. He's Motor City Josh. He does his live stream on this side of the room.
Nice.
So he will do Saturday nights, and he does it from that side. This is what we're doing to adapt, right? We're doing whatever we can to make it work. So he does his live stream over here. We do I do my stuff over there. We're set up permanently right now, so normally it's not a permanent thing. And then as we head down the hall here, here's the live room, and I'll take you over into Control Central.
Nice.
And this is Control Central.
This is the part that I like.
The big old Trident board. Look at that baby.
Yeah.
That thing's awesome.
Look at that analog beauty.
All right. I'm trying to get to the Trident.
Yeah.
There.
Oh no, it's there. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a beauty. Of course, when you're tracking, we're using Pro Tools most of the time, of course,
sure.
But still, all the pre's, all the good stuff. So yeah, this is the live room or the control room. That's through the window is the live room, of course. Let's try to go a little slower. I can see it's kind of jumpy. Chris, I got some stuff in here you're gonna love, buddy.
All right, I'm ready.
I can't wait to show you. You're gonna be like, what? Who? Why? So down the hall here, and we have these are basically like vocal booths, isolation booths.
Okay, yeah.
One on each side. So I'll just open up the one for now. You can track guitars in here and vocals, whatever. We've got like monitors where you can see from the control room.
Yeah.
Closed caption stuff. So that's one of the vocal isolation booths. And then across the hall over here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Had to do it, huh?
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right, let me open that up.
Oh my word.
All right, let's start with that first. And then I'll go over to there and we'll look at that. And then the piece for you right here.
Is that a Leslie?
1954, I believe it is. 54 Leslie, yes, sir.
Wow.
Right? Isn't
Yeah.
that something? A couple of 421s on either side to get that stereo wah sound. Well, the 421's up here now, but to get that stereo vibrating, circular sound.
So listen, I'm gonna be there in about an hour and a half, and
come on down. You might want to play on that for a little while. Too.
Oh yeah. Wait, I have that sound right here. Hang on.
There it is.
There you go.
Right, and then there's the church organ that goes through the Leslie.
Yeah.
over there. And then that's the Yamaha was the baby grand.
Oh,
Yeah, man. So
I just want to jump
this
through
is a
the
nice
screen
little
right
room.
now. I want to jump through the screen and play that thing right now.
You would do a much better job than me, I assure you of that.
I don't know about that, but
And then we're in here now. This is basically kind of the lounge. We'll call this the lounge. These are all different albums that have been recorded here. I'm sure it's not all of the albums that have been recorded here, but it is a good chunk of albums that has been recorded here. And then the lounge, this is like the kitchen, you know, kind of a whole setup.
nice.
Yeah, and then a nice restroom. We even got this. This is probably the coolest thing of them all, right
Oh,
here.
well, there you yeah. Oh, and it's the Ms.
Like-
Pac-Man, so even better.
Oh, it's not. It's like 100 games. Look at it. It's like you name it. There's like I can play like Pango.
Wait. Is
It's
there
like all kinds of the old
is Galaga in there?
Galaga's in here.
Oh, okay. Now you're never gonna get rid of me. That's
Centipede. There was one of my faves right there. You tell me if you can tell me what that game is right there. That's a toughie.
Yeah, it's a little blurry.
Oh yeah, sure it is.
Oh, Pango. Okay. Nice.
Right? So yeah, this has got a Time Pilot. That was another one of my faves right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you'd ever get any work done with that thing in there. I just, you'd have to unplug it to get me out of there.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get anything done around here. That's why I say I'm kind of blessed to be in the situation where I can just sort of do this,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's a wonderfully awesome creative space that you have set up there. That's great.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I can tell you that much.
Absolutely, man. That's so cool.
Yes, I agree. I couldn't agree more.
Well,
so I've been lucky. And fortunately, we've been doing a lot of work. We've been getting a lot of stuff done, and even under these circumstances, we're still, trudging forward and getting onward to album number 4. I'm excited, super excited for that. So
that's awesome, and we've got some stuff that we're going to play as well. Right, we'll just go right to it when we're done here. This is perfect. I want to ask you a couple of questions that I've been asking everybody, and it's just to kind of get a feel for what's going on.
Absolutely.
What from the life of normalcy, when you guys were pulled off the road all of a sudden, what from that life is the thing that you miss the most? And I'm going to assume it's performing, but maybe besides performing, what's something that you miss the most? And then on the flip side of that, what, as a result of being put into this isolation, has there been something that surprised you where you found comfort or joy?
So I already knew that you were going to ask me this because I've been paying attention. And...
Good.
I think a lot of musicians would probably say, I miss performing. I miss being on stage. I think that would probably be sort of a default answer for most musicians, most artists. I think for me, honestly, I miss the human connection with people. I miss, being able to hug my bandmates. I miss being able to cross the border and go see my family over in Windsor. I miss, driving up to London and spending some time with friends in London. I miss having a beehive of activity here where we are, bumping elbows and writing songs. So I've spent a lot of time on stages. I've spent a lot of time performing. That's the drug, that's the rush that, you get as a musician. But the artist side of me says, creating your own songs and bringing that to people and getting that response from people in a live environment is even more, holy
Sure.
cow. So I miss all of that human connection stuff, aside from, the stage, aside from performing, because I've done a lot of that stuff in my lifetime, and I just miss, being with people.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a people person, and I'm definitely a hugger. So whatever that means.
No, I'm with you on that.
So
and then
yeah, that's
conversely,
the one thing that I miss the most.
yeah,
The silver lining in all of this for me, honestly, would be where I'm at here in this facility, being able to continue to write music, continue to be able to be creative, and capture it in a way that I've never been able to capture it before in my life. I've never had the situation where I step out of my back door and I walk into a fully functional world-class facility,
right.
so that's something that's silver lining big time,
Yeah, it doesn't.
so.
That's more like a
And as a
platinum
person who loves
lining.
to be creative and an artist, I'm a person that likes to do that, and having this ability is just beyond what I could ever imagine right now. So
Yeah, I was gonna say it's that's not a silver lining, that's a platinum lining at that point.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, right. And I definitely count my blessings. I know it,
yeah,
So
and then finally, and before we get to the final thing here, I just let me say, it's been absolutely awesome to catch up with you again, and
I
I
same
hope.
way.
I hope that we don't wait another 33 years to have another conversation. I know you're a busy guy and I'm a busy guy, but we'll make time somehow. I think.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
where you reside, it's a different animal socially and politically, and than where we are here. And can you give us a little bit of an idea? Especially as of late, there have been these demonstrations that have taken place. What's the political, or what's the social climate like over there right now? Are people reaching a boiling point? Are they kind of fed up and want to do their things, or is it just a very small but loud group of people that are kind of in that mode?
I can only speak for myself and my circle and my people, and from my experience, the people that I have surrounded myself with here are just as wonderful and sweet and loving and caring and humble as anyone that I've known all my life, from Canada, from Windsor, from Bell River, from Stony Point, so from what I see now, I'm not, I'm honestly, I'm not one to, I don't really dive too deep into other people's business. I don't care
Sure.
too much to play. I'm definitely not a politician guy. I quite frankly, politics to me are like, I don't even want to talk about, and I've already talked too much about it.
Yeah, gotcha. Fair enough.
So, yeah, I just think from where I'm at, from where I sit, I don't see anything. I'm not at these demonstrations. I think it's probably more of a small group of people, because everyone that I know, are hunkering down. They're staying where they're supposed to stay. They're doing the things they're supposed to be doing. They're getting just as upset as most people I know about seeing these demonstrations happening. I think the big picture, that kind of stuff is a slap in the face to a lot of the people that are, the essential workers out there that are having to do take care of the people, regardless of, let's be honest, there's conspiracy theories, there's all sorts of, and I have some close friends that are, will tell me one thing, and another close friend that will tell me the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And I sit in the middle, and I'm just looking both sides, going, you know what? I don't even want to talk about this right now. I'm just going to sit in my happy little bubble, and I'm going to make music, and I'm going to just go with the flow right now, because there's really not a whole lot I can do about this,
Yep.
So yeah, so what I see, my world, my little bubble here, it's good people trying to do the right thing, just like you see it at home in Windsor. So
Yeah, and I didn't want to try to make a contrast,
dude, I totally get it, man.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
And Windsor's my home. I'm Canadian. I'm a permanent resident of the United States. I'm not a citizen here, but I live here, and I've lived here since 2013. And I enjoy it here. I love it here. I've made a lot of friends, and I've had some wonderful experiences. This whole thing is really a mess for everybody right now. And I know a lot of times, people in Canada look at the United States and think, what in the hell are they thinking? What the hell are they doing? You know, try not to get political, but even with the president, you know, there's so many people that are like, you know, oh my gosh, you know, why would they, you know, want a guy like that as the president? And I'm literally, I don't care either way.
Yep.
It doesn't matter to me. The way I see it, and I'm not a pro-Trump, con-Trump either way. I don't care. The way I see it is a good leader of any country, Canada, United States, Russia, I don't care, China, any country, would find a way to unite its people and not divide its people. And I feel like this country's really divided.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. And that the United States is not the divided states, it's the United States. And the right leader would find a way to bring the people together. I know it's never going to be a perfect scenario, and you're never going to have 100% one way or the other. But a good leader would find a way to certainly not divide it even more than it seems to be happening now.
Yeah, you wouldn't have it 100% one way or another, but you'd have it better than 50% anyway. And again,
I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
Anyway, if not, then you know we got to figure this out, because you can't live with 50% of the people wanting it one way and 50% of the people wanting it another way.
Yeah.
We all have to agree here that we're all here, you know, on this planet. We're all here together, trying, you know, all wanting certain things, but we all have to understand that, you know, you're just as important as I am, and they're just as important as you are, and everyone matters, and we all are important here, and so we have to listen, and we have to, you know, be there for people. And at the end of the day, if the people want to go and demonstrate in ways that they're probably not supposed to be doing right now, and if the people in command, in power, want to do things that are corrupt, you know, that's not me. That's not what I'm doing. That's not how I want to live my life. I'm not in that position. I'm going to do what I can to spread love and peace and positivity to the people that I can affect on a daily basis, and hope for the best at that point, you know.
100%. The two things that, you know, I've been saying as a hallmark of this program since it started was, you know, my favorite saying of all time, which is nobody wins unless everybody wins. And the other thing is that, you know, all matter takes the path of least resistance, right? And so if you have a stream of water and you place a block in the water is going to try to go around the block, right? Because it's the path of least resistance.
Absolutely.
And the path of least resistance, as far as humanity is concerned, is to just be human and decent.
Absolutely.
It takes extraordinary effort to be otherwise. So just take the path of least resistance and be a nice human being. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Treat, you know, the golden rule, right? Treat others how you want to be treated. And it doesn't matter, you know, what stage or status of life you are in. I don't care if you drive an expensive car, or I don't care if you're sleeping under a bridge on, you know, on the freeway over here. You know, it doesn't matter. We are all just as important, you know, and we all matter equally. You know, sometimes I think to myself, you know, when people see somebody who's homeless, or somebody, you know, somebody who is less fortunate that way, I often think to myself that person is probably there to remind you, you know, that you don't have it so bad sometimes. And what a job that is for someone to be in existence here to remind us that we don't have it so bad sometimes, you know.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. Absolutely.
Well, that's how I kind of think it. You know, if we could all kind of look at it that way a little bit more, we'd all probably realize that, you know, everybody is just as relevant, and we're all one, basically. We're all the same. So if you're hurting somebody else, you're probably hurting yourself along the way, you know.
I cannot think of a better way to leave it than that statement, sir. I thank you very much for your time. I really, honestly, thank you for wanting to be a part of this conversation and wanting to be, you know, in communication and helping maintain that human connection. And now I want to really, really hear some Elsie Binks music.
Well, it's my pleasure, Chris. Thank you for asking me to be on, and thank you for what you're doing as well here with, I know this is new to you, and what you're doing is great. It's bringing the community together. It's, you know, it's opening doors to people in the United States maybe that didn't know of you and of what you're doing over there for the community, and musicians as well. I mean, the musical community in Windsor is strong. There's a lot of wonderful, awesome bands and musicians, and I feel blessed to be a part of that community. Same with London. London, I'm part of that community, and now over here in the United States, I'm part of the community. So, good kudos to you for opening up the airwaves to talking about relevant issues, and for bringing music to people, because music is going to make a difference for everybody right now. I think we're all gaining a different respect for musicians through this, and artists through this, because it's becoming something that people are finding solitude in, and finding their escape a different way, so
For sure.
so kudos to you, man. Keep up the good work, and thank you for having me. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much, and we'll talk again, and the very best to you and yours.
You as well. Thank you, Christopher. Take care, my friend.
All right.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, brother.
Well, there we had it. Darren Curtis from Elsie Binks and numerous other projects, and from my very first project ever, which was just the coolest thing ever. But now we've got some music that he has provided to us. We are going to hear and actually watch, it's a video, for Elsie Binks. The song is Mean Girls. And then we're going to have Aubrey Tarian is going to, we're going to hear some music from her, who's a young upcoming artist here in the Windsor area. And then we'll get back to doing some other stuff. Actually, that'll bring us probably to our last guest of the evening. And then after that, we'll go back to some more music, or you'll have to put up with me for a little while longer. So here we go.
I said, let me talk to you, I trust. I am mad that you're never gonna sit with us. Last night I wrote a burn you'll never read. One or two lines that'll make you bleed. What's that? You smell like a baby prostitute. Watch out.
Michigan.
Well, there you go. Elsie Bink, Mean Girls. And that was Mr. Darren Curtis on the drums. And we are going to go over now to Aubrey Terrian. I'm just going to pull up her info here. And we've got a track here called Sandman. As I put on my producer hat here and make some changes. All right. This should work. This should work. Let's see.
I ran away from the Sandman. I didn't do it. They tried to accuse it, but it wasn't me. Sandman, oh Sandman, you said you felt lost here. Sandman, oh Sandman, maybe you never belonged. I gave you my heart. All you did was tear it apart. So I ran away from the Sandman. I didn't do it. They tried to accuse it, but it wasn't me. Sandman, oh Sandman, you said you felt lost here. Sandman, oh Sandman, maybe you never belonged. I gave you everything I had. I tried to make you understand. Then I ran away from the Sandman. I didn't do it. They tried to accuse it, but it wasn't me. Sandman, oh Sandman, you said you felt lost here. Sandman, oh Sandman, maybe you didn't belong. I ran away from the Sandman. I didn't do it. They tried to accuse it. Sandman, oh Sandman, you said you felt lost here. Sandman, oh Sandman.
Well, that was great. Look at that. Aubrey Terrian, new to me, friend of my daughter. Absolutely wonderful. Enjoyed every moment of that. That was great. Mark Underwood, great job. The content and production looks and sounds great. Oh, thanks, Mark. I need to get faster at doing things, like switching to those things. The problem is that, like, I'm so contained in this little bubble that, I feel like I'm being rude to the guest when I have to start preparing something and I'm not chatting with them 100%. And then sometimes I can't flip between things fast enough. So I appreciate everybody's patience, and that's very kind of you to say that, Mark. I appreciate it. Well, we're going to go right to our next guest. Who is a musician in his own right, and now you've seen me do some things with the looper here. You see me do some things with a looper here. This guy takes looping to a whole different level. If you've ever seen him do his solo show, it will literally blow your mind. he does things looping wise that make me look like a rank amateur, frankly, and it's amazing to see. I've got him on. I don't have him live yet, just because he's sideways. So I want to see if we can fix that. The phone is locked in portrait mode. Oh, there we go. Perfect. That is now flipped over. All right. So I'm going to flip my camera so he's not staring at my pants, because I'm sure that's not something that he's wants to be into. And we're gonna flip over right now. We are talking to GK Mac. Are you there, my friend?
What's going on, Chris? How you doing, man?
I am doing very well. And first, let me ask, how's everybody at your place? Everything okay?
Yeah, we're good here. It's just me and my girlfriend hanging out here. We're good. Everything's good and safe. You and your family still doing well? I remember hearing you had some cold-like symptoms for a little while, but not quite fever.
Yeah, I'm still in that boat. I still like you can probably hear I'm just congested, and it's driving me nuts, and I don't know what to do about it, but whatever. I don't have a fever. I've been really careful about, where I've been going and who I've been coming in contact with. I just think that there's a cold that's going around that I've got a little bit of, and I've kind of been burning the candle at both ends with this nonsense. So well,
that's kind of business as usual for you, isn't it? Burning the candle at both ends.
Apparently, yeah. That's what I've been told. Now
it's kind of a joke between. For those of you who don't know, me and Chris have quite a few mutual friends, and it's kind of an ongoing joke that I always relay back to Chris through our mutual friends. What does Chris have against sleep? He's an IT guy during the day. He's got a family. He spends time with his family. He's a musician. He's doing this card game. He runs a Plex server, and he's also programming a video game. When are you going to sleep?
The thing is, though, I've heard about this sleep thing, and I'm really going to look into it, because I think I'd be really good at it. I wouldn't need a whole lot of practice. I think I could be really good at it.
Yeah, but you got to give it a shot, though.
Yeah, that's true. Listen, I have been playing with this looper, and I think you and I have the same. You have the Boss RC50, do you not?
Yeah, it's the discontinued one.
Yeah.
The larger one now is the RC300.
Yeah.
That's the current one, I believe.
Yeah. So you and I are using the same thing, only there's a marked difference that when I'm using it, it sounds okay. When you use it, now you're looping a drum pad, you're looping a bass guitar, you're looping a guitar, and you're looping your vocals through it at the same time, correct?
I don't loop the vocals.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But I do have no worries. But I do have a harmonizer that I'm using. I don't loop it because the way that I run it, and as you know, you have the same looper as me. It has a left and a right main and a left and a right sub output. And with me doing the 3 instruments, the way I do it, there's only 2 1/4-inch inputs. I use an A/B switch, and I have it set up so that I can mix my loop station like a band. The drums has its own dedicated output. The bass has its own dedicated output. The looped guitar has its own dedicated output. So does the live guitar. So I utilize all 4 of those channels that way.
Yeah.
And I just have a Digitech Vox Live 2 that I use as a vocal harmonizer for my vocals.
Gotcha. Well, I thank you, first of all, for not laughing when you've heard the looping that I've been doing. So thanks for that. I appreciate that.
No. I have always said you are a badass musician, bro. You just got to give yourself a little more credit. I don't know why you have a hard time taking compliments or taking some credit for your badassery. Come on, man. You show up. I've seen you show up at a gig with 2 sets of keyboards, a guitar, and a bass. And you sing. You wear a lot of hats. You juggle a lot of stuff. You are an extremely talented badass yourself that with the loop station, without a loop station, you bring it, dude.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll start to try to own some of that, I guess. But I want to speak to, to your musicianship and how that, this current climate has now affected that. I mean, I'm assuming it's just like the rest of us that gigs have been wiped clean, but how far out now are you postponed or canceled? I can see you shaking your head. This is a hard question.
No, it's not a hard question. It's of course, it's the hardest thing about all of this. I haven't been a full-time musician in quite some time, in about around a decade. I made it to my mid-30s being a full-time musician, but I still live for it. I'm out there just like you, just about every weekend, always gigging. I look forward to the gigs throughout the week. Thursday start getting a little giddy. It's almost gig time. It's almost gig time. It's almost gig
Yeah.
time. Sitting there at work on Friday, like, okay, get ready to get out here, go get set up, get to fire up the toys,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and so yeah, that's really been the hardest. I've only had a couple of actual club owners actually call or text me to say, hey, by the way, we're canceled, because I think it's kind of common sense,
Yeah, I
unless
think
you're living underground. That
yeah, I think it's pretty much an understanding. But we've been hearing things that are going as far as now August. That's what I've heard. As far out as August, people are actually calling to say, yeah, we're canceling.
yeah.
It's frightening. Now, your other hat that you wear is like myself. You're in IT support. So
Yes.
talk a little bit about how has that landscape changed. Now, I can't speak to it because my job is as a front facing technician. So I'm the monkey that goes on site and mounts the hardware and interconnects the hardware and so on and so forth. So as soon as it came out that we needed to be socially distant because of the severity of the contagious nature of this thing, because of the health concerns in our house, I was off work. I was off work immediately. So I don't really know what my place of business is doing in terms of preparing the users to work remotely. Have you seen like that? Has that become basically your number one task? Is preparing users for remote work?
Well, it was definitely initially, and I actually recently just changed positions in IT.
Oh,
I was with one company for just shy of 9 years, AlphaCore, great company, a lot of really good people there, still very much in touch with a lot of the people there. That was an MSP, same sort of company like you work for, working
yep.
for multiple clients. But I ended up going over to another company where I'm essentially in-house IT for one company, multiple plants. But yeah, initially that's what we did is we were prepping laptops like crazy. Here, just grab it, throw the VPN on there, get it out the door.
Yeah.
The tag asset number, throw the VPN. People are going to come by to be getting them. Just grab them yeah. And then getting users ready to work at home for the first time. Getting them prepared with everything. And then I was working at home remotely myself, giving all the remote home user support from this very room. My studio doubles as my IT office. I've been spending a little too much time in this room.
Well,
It's all good though.
talk a little bit about we've had some conversations with other IT folks that are responsible for setting up these remote connections, and the security implications that need to be put in place, because essentially what you're doing is you are allowing a remote network to connect to your network. And so your network can be as secure as you want it to be, but now you're kind of opening the door to somebody's home network where there really doesn't have to be any restrictions in place. So how much of a concern is that, and what are some of the steps you're doing to mitigate that security risk?
Right. Well, yeah, that's definitely always a concern. I'm not on the senior team that administers the security end of things myself. My position is pretty much just to make sure that the users have the software on their laptops, they're able to connect. I don't even really do any monitoring to any breaching of the network or anything like that. That's
Gotcha.
not something that's on my plate.
Gotcha.
A lot of times, as I'm sure with in-house IT, things are very much compartmentalized.
Yep.
But I know there is senior team that are taking care of exactly that. We're using Cisco VPNs, much like most people using, and it's the AnyConnect client for everybody that we have too. It's been long the days of even using the shrew and the PCF file for a lot of people that I know of. But it's been a lot of working with users with those sort of things, and the issues of remote users, getting them
Well, that's
to be able to work for the first time that are
yeah.
not used to working from home.
That's a question too, is, how has the user base reacted to this change in the working environment? Are you finding that there's a lot of pushback from people that still want to come into an office setting, or they're a little resistant to the fact that now, because the scare is, as soon as you give me the ability to work from home, you're going to expect me to work 24 hours a day from home, you know? So has there been any kind of pushback like that, or are people just basically on board?
Um, I think for the most part, like one thing that I noticed, there was the initial, it seemed like a lot of the users that were, let's say, not so tech savvy, that were annoyed with trying to get things set up at their house for the first time. Getting a dual monitor set up, simple things that to some users is a little more, they have things set up in their office.
Yep.
They got their docking station that, IT services set up for them. They, plop their, or it just always sits there and it works the way it's supposed to.
Yeah.
But I'm finding that once everyone's gotten set up with it, that most people seem to be very comfortable with working from home.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it
Much
definitely.
like myself, you can't beat the commute.
Yeah, exactly. My brother used to tease me about his commute all the time. He's like, "Yeah, man, that 30-second walk from upstairs to the coffee maker is some days that's really hairy. I got to navigate laundry on the stairs, and it's a nightmare." But I think that what we're going to see, and this is just me putting on my forecasting hat a little bit for IT here, is that I think that employers' eyes and employees' eyes really are going to open up to the fact that we have this ability. We're at an age now where the technology and the infrastructure has matured enough that you can work from home, and I wonder how much that's going to transform the way that people are doing work. Are we going to start seeing way more of a use of telecommuting now, as opposed to having to come into an office? Because why have the overhead, why have the electricity bills and the rent, when you can actually just have these people work from home? I think the only area that you encounter some resistance is in the people that really like to micromanage their people, because they don't have that ability anymore.
I agree. Personally, I think that giving employees the ability to work remotely, yes, greatly brings down overhead. Like, especially in my case, like I spoke to my brother, who's a CAD engineer who works at a company over in the States, lives over here. He's working home remotely too. And we were kind of comparing notes on, hey, what do you think it's like working from home? And I was saying, well, for me, it's the same thing, because the building that I sit in is just all the rest of the IT staff. We bounce ideas off of each other, but I'm not working on any user stuff. All of the users are at one of the 9 different remote locations. So I'm logging in remotely to help them anyways. There's no difference whether I'm doing it from the office or if I'm doing it from my back studio / office. It's the same thing. But for my brother, he was saying, well, at the building, if I need to talk to these guys in this department, I just walk over, have a powwow with them. I just walk over. I have to do a lot of meetings. Now I got to email people, wait for them to call me back, try to get a WebEx meeting. It really hinders things. So for him, he likes the convenience of being at home and not having to put on big boy pants and keep your PJs on to go to work, but doesn't like the inconvenience of not being able to just walk around the office and interact quite so easily.
Yeah.
I think the only reason that a lot of employers, even before this, because we've had the ability for people to work from home for quite some time, is a lot of employers think that the employees will abuse their time, will slack off, will be watching Netflix, will be checking their Facebook status, doing whatever projects around the house, and just come over and check their email, and productivity is going to be down significantly. That's what I believe most employers don't want to do it for more.
I think I would agree with that too, but I think that at some point you have to let grown-ups be grown-ups, and you deal with the folks that are going to abuse that system. Because let's be honest, if you look at any kind of system where people are left up to their own devices, whether we're talking about social assistance programs or things like that, there are going to be people that are going to take advantage of it, right? Or they're going to be there, but you don't throw out the system, you just correct the people that are abusing it. in my opinion. But I mean, I'm not an employer, so I guess it doesn't matter.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I have a question here in the chat. Jocelyn says, as a non-techie person asking a techie guy like yourself, what do you think is the most important thing to remember or work on when using new tech we don't understand?
Three things. Research, research, research. No, really. As a tech, and a lot of people ask how we do certain things, and one thing that I always say for the most part, of course, as a technician, you have your basic fundamentals of computing, of networking, and such. But I always say the only skill you really need as a computer technician is how to use Google.
Your Google foo must be strong.
Yeah, I just consult the Google gods.
Yeah.
For most things, and just I dig in. I get lost down the rabbit hole quite often when doing things whether it be techie stuff or something for music or just anything. I just get a little OCD sometimes for the research that I'm doing.
Well, I think
and then
I think the question was phrased more in the sense of, in terms of a user coming to you and saying, "Hey, I'm doing this stuff remotely and I don't really understand the technology and
gotcha.
Yeah, how do you approach it from that point of view?" Let's say, I'll play the user, right? I don't really know what I don't really know what I'm doing. How do you walk me through that, and how do you kind of handhold me?
Right. Just basically by usually in our case, at the company that I'm working for, we would instruct the users. We would have a tutorial with them, a consultation, so to speak, before they would take their laptop home with them. Show them what the VPN software is, how to launch it. And of course, from the office, we'd go and launch it, but of course, the connection would fail.
Sure, yeah.
Just teaching them the concept that, of course, there's a lot of acronyms in IT. VPN, it's your virtual private network. It allows you to connect to everything from anywhere that you are in the world that has internet, as if you're in the building, as if you're sitting at your desk at work itself. You'll have access to all the files, all the shares, your email. It's as if you're sitting right down at your desk, except for you have this tiny little laptop.
Yeah. And I think it's important to remember too that one of the things that I find really lacking in IT. Look, I'm not the world's smartest IT guy by a long shot. There are people that I work with that run circles around me intellectually, and when it comes to networking and hardware and software. The one thing that I've always had kind of going for me is an ability to relate to people. Okay, so I think it's extremely important, and it's often overlooked, especially in IT. That you need to understand that users come from a point of view that they don't need to know how it works. I like to think of it like, somebody's mom driving a car. You don't have to be a mechanic, right, to understand how the car works. All that person wants to do is get in the car, start it, drive it to where they go, and be done. It's the same thing with a lot of users. They don't want to know the nuts and bolts. They could care less about the nuts and bolts. They want to hit the power button. They want to log in and do their work. And so when they're asking questions that may not come from a point of an education behind the gears of the thing, we need to remember that time in our lives, because none of us came out of the womb knowing all this knowledge. All of us asked what we would now consider silly questions, or but the point is, if you shut people down from asking those questions, all we're doing is making our jobs harder, because somebody not feeling comfortable enough to ask us a question, we'll never be able to get to the bottom of it. And I think that it behooves us all to be a little more humble when it comes to questions from the user base. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
No, I gotcha. And sorry that I misunderstood the question initially. I thought it was just, for tips if you're working with some sort of new technology. I didn't know that it was directly related initially to the users.
I think it works both ways. Yeah, I think the question works both ways. So yeah.
Absolutely. But no, I understand absolutely what you mean. And usually, in most cases, I would try to actually sit down with the user to show them exactly what they have to do. And I'm actually pretty good at writing knowledge base articles too, where I'll include screenshots of everything.
Yeah.
If a user is having a hard time with something, I'll do screenshots with everything with nice illustrations. Click here, right click here, click this option, complete step by step article on how to do everything that they need to. And that usually helps quite a bit.
Yeah. You know what?
Down with the user because, like you say, every user, just like every person, learns things a little bit differently as well too.
For sure, for sure.
So
And it's
what doesn't work for this person will for that, and so on and so forth.
yeah, I think it's just the point is just to remember that we all started off at some point where we didn't know everything. Right? And
Right. Oh yeah.
and a lot of us still don't know everything. So
Yeah.
let's move back to your music for a second here. Now, when did you decide that doing a solo loop show was something that you wanted to do rather than, let's say, working in a group? Was that a conscious decision, or was that done out of economy, or was like, how did you arrive at? Because I've seen your loop show and I have to tell you, it's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
So I'm just curious how you got there.
Well, I'd gone back and forth before with doing things solo. Before that, I did just the straight up solo acoustic thing, and of course, bands for many years before that. But the loop station thing kind of came as I was on the road and actually out in the East Coast. I moved around quite a bit. I'm from Windsor. I moved to Phoenix in about 2002, Phoenix, Arizona. Almost immediately ended up hooking up with a band that was on the road most of the time. We, for a brief period of time, even relocated to the East Coast because that's where most of our touring was, and we were spending too much time, money on hotel rooms on the back end, the Sunday,
Sure,
Monday,
yep.
Tuesdays. And I was just about to leave that band after being almost a good solid 2.5 years on the road, roughly. And the whole acoustic thing and the whole solo thing, to me, it was more or less about, as I'm sure you know, and you've been quite fortunate to have some bands that have stayed together for quite some time. A lot bands break up a lot and
Yeah.
very quickly. And it was always a frustrating thing to me, being a musician that has been around for so long, that that's been established, that you're in a band, the band breaks up, then you go to the same club owners, the same circuit. Hey, I got this new band. You gonna book us? Okay, well, got to hear you first. What? It's a different band. Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to bring, roughly the same quality to the table. I've been doing this for a long time, and it's just that whole, every time a band breaks up, you kind of have to start over again.
Yeah.
With the solo acts, I've always said this, and it's funny, I've used this line when sometimes club owners are booking me and going, well, how far do you like to go in advance? I don't go too far in advance because bands break up. I'm a solo act. I'm not going to break up with myself. Good point. Okay, how about July? How about August? There you go. That was part of the reason, but I remember doing the solo acoustic thing, to me, was boring. I liked having the independence, not having to bounce my schedule off other people that had other day jobs, family commitments. So if somebody called me for a gig, you just look in the calendar. Yeah, 17th? Yeah, I can do it. 20th? No, I can't. I don't have to call 3 or 4 people to find out if I can. But musically, it was kind of boring because all you could do is just strum or finger pick. I'm not an incredible finger picker like Max Marshall or Dustin D'Annunzio or anything like that. I'm not one of those guys. I'd end up just kind of strumming or just kind of basically finger picking. But and this is not to say that I have anything against people that do these sort of shows, but the people that would do the pre-recorded backup track and play guitar or piano or sing live, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But for me, that's not something I ever wanted to do. That was like guitarioke, as I kind of called it.
Yep.
Karaoke with a guitar. I'm not trying to bash on people that do that. They do it great. But I remember we were getting ready as we were somewhere in the East Coast, and we were getting ready to do our sound check, and there was a duo out on the patio. They were doing like a 4 to 8 happy hour before we got ready to play.
Okay.
And the one member of the duo went and sat down, and this guy's just sitting there just smacking on his acoustic. Just smacking on his acoustic. And he stopped smacking on the acoustic, and it kept going.
Right.
Huh? Looked over, and my guitar player says, "Oh, he's got one of those looper pedals." Started doing, And then he had an octave effect because he had just an acoustic guitar. So he put on his octave effect, started looping a bass line. Started looping another part, and then it was like just, one of those cheesy things like in a movie or something like that where a light bulb just goes up.
Yeah.
Ding! That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
As soon as I got off the road, well, I had a few more weeks on the road, but I was on the internet Googling, like looking at loop stations, looking at every little switch, drawing diagrams on how to build this loop station rig. And that was around, I've been doing this with the loop station for a while. That was roughly around 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
It's taken some changes throughout those years, and I've added different things to it, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I always thought was kind of cool is when you're doing this, you have a stand for your bass, right? Like, so it actually holds it in the position that you would play it in, and you just basically move your guitar to one side, walk over, and stand in front of this bass and play it on the stand and do your little loop thing from that, and then come back. And it's a very intricate and well put together show, and it sounds fantastic. And like my jaw is on the floor every time I go see it, because I know how difficult it is to do, the basic looping stuff that I'm doing. And there are a couple songs that I've done where I've been able to build up a bass line and a piano line and an organ line, and and then play guitar and sing over top of it. But it's not that many, because I find that I'm not that good at it. So
but you could totally kill it. It's like anything else. It's almost about time, but you tend to have like 6 or 7 other jobs going on at the same time.
fair and reasonable. I want to ask you the same couple questions I've been asking everybody. And it's just it's to get a feeling of where we are commonly missing things, right? Or where our thoughts are during this whole process. And that is, or this whole situation, from a few weeks ago when we were unrestricted, we could do whatever we wanted. What, besides performing, because we all know as musicians, that's the thing you miss the most. But besides performing, what's the thing that you miss the most from that time? And then on the flip side of that, being forced into isolation or forced into spending all this time with yourself and of course your partner, has there been something that to your surprise has been comforting or joyful out of that?
I'd say one of the things that I miss the most, of course, like you said, the obvious other than performing, is just going to visit friends at their houses. Because, being musicians ourselves, when we do get that odd Friday or Saturday night off, sometimes, and it is good to go out and support your fellow musician brethren, but sometimes I just have enough of the bars and clubs, and I just like, going over to a friend's house, just a few people, sitting around, have a drink or two, socializing face-to-face as opposed to just through our phones, watching some videos and stuff, laughing, and just having a good time. And we've already had some nice days that there would have been some backyard parties for sure that I would have been at.
Yeah.
And some of the nicer weathers, porch parties and whatnot. Not even necessarily parties, but, just about, a handful of good friends, hanging out. Really miss that a lot. And, yeah, just socializing in general. I do like to socialize. I do like visiting people and seeing friends and all that sort of stuff. That's been tough.
For sure.
I've had to charge my phone a lot more than I've ever had to before because, call friends and you end up on the phone for 2 or 3 hours. I can't remember the last time I spoke to somebody on the phone for 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
I really can't.
Yeah. And then, the flip side of that, has there been something that has, kind of to your surprise brought you some kind of comfort or joy from the fact that, you have this now wall between yourself and the outside world, to use the obvious Pink Floyd reference?
I don't know. That's kind of hard to say. I've definitely been all right with being in isolation to an extent. I've been making the best of the time. I haven't been quite completely pulling my hair out, but something that I find particularly comforting about all this.
Good.
And it's good to know that I have enough things to do to occupy myself to keep my sanity if something like this happens again,
For
I
sure.
guess.
For sure. Fair enough. It's a good answer. It's a good answer. It's a difficult question, right? I mean, because
It kind of is, yeah.
yeah. Well, it's I like to ask the hard questions.
Yeah, I was just gonna say though, you have to ask the hard questions. By the way, I love the shirt.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know.
Very much reminded me of my youth.
Yeah, I was going to say that I've probably spent my first mortgage at Fast Eddie's. Yeah, yikes. It's funny because the shirt that's gotten the most comments so far on the show has been the Big V shirt. Like by far and away, that's the favorite. And I was really hoping that this one was going to generate a lot more interest, but I've had a very few select people that have noticed and have said something. So I'm happy about it.
Big V shirt was cool. It was okay, but come on, man.
I know it's Fast Eddie's. Yeah, come on.
That's a Windsor landmark. Big V was Big V. It was
Well, Big V started in Bell River, I believe.
Yeah.
In some dude's base. Yeah, somebody. I can't remember who it was. They actually they had a whole story about it. Their uncle pitched the Big V business plan in their basement or their garage or something. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is a connection. Again, I want to thank you so much for being a part of this and being a part of this conversation and being willing to reach out and maintain that kind of human connection. That's what this whole thing is about. I would love it if, when we're done, if you would put into the comments of the video, put a link where people can check out your stuff and keep abreast of the things that you're doing, because people should go see you because it's amazing, and you're one of the people that are on my very short list when I have a night off. If you're playing, I will make the effort to go and see. So please make people aware of what you're doing, and if you have anything, performance wise, if you have some time and you're going to record something, even if it's just do something on the looper and let me know, and I'd be happy to put it on the program for sure, so that people can check it out.
Well, actually, now that you mention it,
yes.
Apparently coronavirus can't kill my new release just yet. I thought it was going to kill it, but now all 10 tracks of my new release are mixed. I'm working with Brett Humber at the Sound Foundry Studios.
Yep.
Brett is absolutely amazing. He's a great guy. He's a great musician. He's a great engineer and producer. And just waiting on mastering, which might be done in a week or so.
Okay, cool. So we'll have stuff to hear for sure.
Fairly soon, maybe.
Awesome. I look forward to it, sir. It has been a distinct pleasure as always. And
thanks again, Chris.
I will say this, as I say to all my musician friends, I do, though, look forward to the time when we're both so busy that we can't see each other anymore. That's
I got you.
Yeah.
Thanks again. Great show. Thanks for doing this. It's a great show. It's a great series you got going on. Thanks for all that you're doing for the community, the musician community, and just everything in general, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And I'll try to own a minuscule amount of badassery from now on.
There we go.
All right.
More than a minuscule amount.
Well, we'll start with a dash and move up to a pinch and see where it goes from there.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Be safe.
You too. Have a good night.
Cheers. Well, there we go. That was Mr. GK Mac, and he's going to put in the into the comments where you guys can check out his live schedule when we get to the point that we can all go back and do this again. We're all itching to do it. Rob Shepley says, because of your shirt, we need to hear Pinball Wizard tonight. Oh, man. You're going to do that to me. Oh, okay. Let me think about that. I do have something else that I want to play from Denny Bastrish. He sent me a bunch of YouTube links of some stuff that he's been doing, to kind of keep people entertained. And he's a fantastic talent, and I can think of no better person to have on here to help entertain you guys as well. So let's put that on, and I'll look up Pinball Wizard and see. I know it's in B, and I'm a big fan of it in B. Maybe we'll move it to a different key. But anyway, without further ado, here is Mr. Denny Bastrish doing a Garth Brooks tune. I believe it's The Dance.
Looking back on the memories of the dance we shared beneath the stars above. For a moment, all the world was right. How was I to know you'd ever say goodbye? And now I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left a chance. I could have missed the pain, I'd have had to miss the dance. Holding you, I held everything. For a moment, wasn't I king? If I'd only known how the king would fall, then who's to say I'd ever dance at all? And now I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left a chance. I could have missed the pain, I'd have had to miss the dance. It's my life, better left a chance. I could have missed the pain, I'd have had to miss the dance. The dance.
Well, how nice was that? Wasn't that great? Isn't that amazing? He's got another one that I have in here where he does a multi-instrumental thing where he basically plays the guitar, the bass, a mandolin, a banjo, and sings. And he's filmed himself doing all these different parts, and we might play that one a little bit later on. But for now, Pinball Wizard, really? All right. Well, we might do like my own interpretation of it then, if everybody's down with that. fall. Slow down the bright, must have played them wrong. I ain't seen nothing like it in any amusement hall. That deaf, dumb, blind kid sure plays mean pinball. Stands like a statue, becomes part of the machine. Feeling all the bumpers, always playing clean. Plays by intuition, the digit counters fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard, it has to be a twist. A pinball wizard's got such a subtle ring. How do you think he does it? I don't know what makes him so good. He ain't got no distractions, can't hear no buzzing bells. Don't see lights flashing, plays by sense of smell. Always gets a replay, never see him fall. That deaf, dumb, blind kid sure plays mean pinball. Thought I was a ballad table king, but I've just handed my pinball crown to hell. To hell. To hell. But at my favorite table, he can't be my best. Disciples lead him in, and he just does the rest. He's got crazy flipper fingers, never seen him fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard, it has to be a twist. A pinball wizard's got such a supple wrist. Yeah. It was like a cross between the Elton John version and the Who version. I don't know. I will say I'm much more of a fan of the Elton John version than I am of the Who version. I just find the production in the Elton John version is so much better, and I'm a big Elton John fan, so that shouldn't surprise anybody. Alrighty. Well. I do want to play that other other tune from Denny. But I feel like I've been neglectful in the amount of songs that I've been playing for you guys lately. Let's try this one again. We tried this once. It's fun. Just a song before I go to whom it may concern. We're traveling twice the speed of sound. It's easy to get burned. When the shows were over, we had to go back home. When we opened up the door, I had to be alone. She held me with my suitcase. She stands before my eyes, driving me to the airport and to the friendly skies. Going through security, I held her for so long. She finally looked at me in love, and she was gone. Well, just a song before I go, a lesson to be learned. We're traveling twice the speed of sound. It's easy to get burned. That wasn't bad, but I feel like there's a better one. I feel like there's a better one that I can do to make up for that somehow. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to try this one again. I love this one. I know I've played it a few times, but I really like it so much. I just want to play it again. And it's such a great tune. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There we are. And especially because it's got this great thing that I can loop a bass and I can do some other stuff to it. So yeah, I just really like it. That's all. I got no other excuse. So we're gonna do the beat for the second part of the song. Could have probably just kept the same one. Don't forget the wood block. It's got this awesome bass line. But that's not till the second half of the song. The first half is even cooler. Anyway, I really like it. I hope you guys like it too.
One morning, I woke up and I knew you really gone. A new day, a new way, with new eyes to see the dawn. Go your way, and I'll go mine. I've got to carry on. The sky is clearing, and the night has cried enough. The sun become the world to soften up. Rejoice, rejoice, we have no choice but to carry on. The fortunes of fables are able to see the dawn. Now witness the quickness for which we get along. To sing the blues, you got to live the tunes and carry on. Carry on. Love is coming. Love is coming to us all. Where are you going now, my love? Where will you be tomorrow? Will you bring me happiness? Will you bring me sorrow? The questions of 1,000 dreams. What you do and what you see. Love, can you talk to me? Girl, when I was on my own, chasing you down, what was it made you run? Trying your best just to get around the questions of 1,000 dreams. What you do and what you see. Love, can you talk
That one is so much fun to play. I wish I could do the Stephen Stills guitar, like he does all those funky 70s signature riffs. But my favorite thing in the world is just that. It's just so much fun to play. Oh, Mr. Louis Sauve, I played Blue Eyes, your karaoke Blue Eyes. It was wonderful. You had nothing to worry about. I don't know why you said, tell me if it's terrible. It was absolutely magnificent. I enjoyed every moment of it. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. We'll do this one, and then we'll do the other Denny Bastrish one where he does all the instruments together, because it's pretty good. I do not know Winds of Change. I know that it goes like. I know that's the only part I know. I'm trying to tell you something about my life. Maybe give me inside between black and white. And the best thing you ever done for me is to help me take my life less seriously. It's only life after all. Darkness has a hunger that's insatiable, and lightness has a call that's hard to hear. I wrap my fear around me like a blanket. I sail my ship of safety till I sank it. I'm crawling on your shores. I went to the doctor, I went to the mountains. I looked to the children, I drank from the fountains. There's more than one answer to these questions, pointing me in a crooked line. And the less I seek my source for some definitive, the closer I am to find. I went to see the doctor of philosophy with a poster of Rasputin and a beard down to his knee. He never did marry or see a big great movie. He greeted my performance. He said he could see through me. I spent 4 years prostrate to the higher mind. Got my paper and I was free. I went to the doctor, I went to the mountains. I looked to the children, I drank from the fountains. There's more than one answer to these questions, pointing me in a crooked line. And the less I seek my source for some definitive, the closer I am to find. The closer I am to find. I stopped by the bar at 3 a.m. to seek solace in a bottle or possibly a friend. I woke up with a headache like my head against the board, twice as cloudy as I've been the night before. I went in seeking clarity. I went to the doctor, I went to the mountains. I looked to the children, I drank from the fountains. Yeah, we go to the doctor, children and we drink from the fountains. Yeah, we go to the Bible, we go through the workout, we read up on revival, and we stand up for the lookout. There's more than one answer to these questions. Point me in a crooked line, and the less I seek my source for some definitive, the closer I am to find. 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 Yeah, there we go. One indigo guy. That's how you do the Indigo Girls, with only one person who's a guy. Your voice strains and you don't get the great harmony. Well, let's see. I want to hear that other Denny Basterish one where he does all the instruments together. And then there is one other person that was kind of I got turned on to from my daughter's friend. It's her boyfriend. So I want to play something of his too, because he was nice enough to send it to me. This cool thing is, like, I'm collecting all this stuff now, so there's gonna be even more stuff to play, which is great. Alrighty, let me just copy this guy over. And this is so cool. I love this. This is basically, I don't know if you saw yesterday on the program, I believe we did Roll with the Changes, the Leave Those Kids Alone. And they call it their social distancing recordings. And what they do is they record each one of their parts individually, and then they edit them together in video software. And it's very, very cool, because it makes it look like they're all playing together. So Denny is basically doing the same thing, and except he's playing all the parts himself. I think it's cool. So that being said, let's hear it. I'm excited. I'm excited to hear it.
I was standing by my window on a cold and cloudy day when I saw that Mercy roll and come and take my mama away. Build a circle
just seem to have a hard time explaining what loving like that does. This is something that I cannot condone, and maybe this is something you'll have to do on your own. Oh no, I can't see how you don't believe in something like this, something like this, something like this, something now we've done all we can to forget about it, forget about it, forget. Done all we can to forget about it, that we have done all we can to forget about it, forget about it, for we have done all we can to forget about it. This is something that I cannot condone, and maybe this is something you'll have to do on your own. Oh no, I can't see how you don't believe in something like this, something like this, something like this, something like this. You
Anybody else catch a Birds reference in there? Right at the very end. Did he say 8 miles high? It was like 8 miles high. Now I want to play 8 Miles High by the Birds. That's great. More local music. More local young music. I mean, young because they're younger than me. I don't really consider myself old yet. Oh my God, am I old? Oh, things got really dark real fast here. Well, let me do an old guy version of this tune. The day we sweated out on the streets of a runaway American dream. At night we ride through mansions of glory and suicide machines, sprung from cages on Highway 9, chrome wheel fuel
sad rap, I wanna get out while we're young. 'Cause tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Wendy, let me in. I wanna be your friend. I wanna guard your dreams and visions. Just wrap your legs around these velvet rims and then strap your hands across my engines. Together we could break this trap. We'll run till we drop. Baby, we'll never go back. Will you walk with me out on the wire? 'Cause baby, I'm just a scared and lonely rider, and I gotta know how it feels. I wanna know if love is wild. I wanna know if love is real. Can you show me? Beyond the palace, hemi-powered drones scream down the boulevard. The girls comb their hair in the rearview mirrors, and the boys try to look so hard. The amusement park rises bold and stark, and kids are huddled on the beach in the mist. I wanna die with you, Wendy, on the street tonight in an everlasting kiss. The highway's jammed with broken heroes on a last chance power drive. Everybody's out on the run tonight. There's no place left to hide. Together, Wendy, we could live with the sadness. I'll love you with all the madness in my soul. Someday, girl, I don't know when we're gonna get to that place where we really wanna go. And we'll walk in the sun, but till then, tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Honey, tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Come on, Wendy, tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Yes, girl, we were. Yeah, that was an interesting version of that. I know, right? All the local talent. It's so cool. Local and non-local. I'm hoping we get a whole bunch of other stuff in. I think that would be cool. Stuff from all over the place, man. Let's get it all. Alrighty. Well, we're about 10 minutes away from the end of the program.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thanks, Lewis. I appreciate that. If you haven't already, check out the YouTube channel. If you subscribe, then you will get notified every time we go live. And you'll be able to see all kinds of cool music from local and hopefully non-local people. You'll be able to hear all kinds of conversations with some fascinating folks. And, you know, it's pretty amazing. I took stock of it today. And there were a couple of days I didn't mark down when I had guests, before the guest thing was even becoming a thing, when I was just kind of experimenting with it. But if I start marking the time that I actually started talking to people until today, there's been 55 people on the program so far. That's pretty cool. We've had 55 separate conversations about how people are coping, how they're relating, and all that good stuff. Yeah, Lewis, this is on YouTube. Here, I'll swing the mouse over that way, and I will type in the YouTube channel. And the cool thing about YouTube, man, is that you get to go back and see all the other shows. So, and you can rewind this one, Lewis, and catch yourself doing karaoke. So let me just put it in there. Hang on a sec. So ultra professional for me to be typing this when I should be doing other stuff, but whatever. We're among friends here, right? That's my go-to line. I know, right, Jocelyn? 55 people. It's amazing. It is amazing. And it's more than that, because there were at least 2 or 3 days where I wasn't counting it, and we could probably say there's another 10 to 12. But I mean, it's just physically counting stuff. That's pretty cool that there's been 55. And the most amazing thing is that we have our very first bona fide celebrity guest coming on the show, which I'm super excited about. And I'm not even going to tease who it is. It'll be May the 1st. May the 1st, 3 days before my birthday. I got to figure out what we're going to do for a birthday show too, because so what I've been doing normally for my birthday show is yes, Darren, you are definitely the oldest. For my birthday show, I usually get a bunch of musicians together and we have a big jam. Right, everybody. It's just a giant party where we drink and we play music together and all that kind of stuff. And then after a while, I started to think that was pretty narcissistic. And then what we should have been doing is we should have been raising money for somebody. So we turned it into a fundraiser for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation of Canada. And the first year we did it, which was 2019, we made like $5,000, just over $5,000, which is phenomenal for a first year. And we were all geared up to do it again this year, and we had everything ready to go. The theme of it was really cool. It was a rock and roll time machine. So we had 4 bands, and they would do songs from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, or 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, or whatever. The first year it was 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. And it was just the coolest. And then we had like acoustic guys in between, and it was wonderful. I was really looking forward to it. And I was bummed that we couldn't do it. But we might just put it off. I'm not sure. It depends on how long this lockdown goes for. Yeah. Anyway, that's my story. But yeah, celebrity guest May the 1st. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I thought there's no way when I messaged this guy that he's going to get back to me, and he totally got back to me and said, "Yeah, I'd love to do it." I'm like, "Oh my goodness, this is great." It's not Bruce Springsteen or anything. I mean, it's not like, but it's definitely, it's cool. For me, it's cool. For me, it's very cool. Alrighty. Trying to think of something to end. You know what? I don't think we've ever done this one on the show, or we might have done it on, on the poopy sounding stream, but not the good sounding stream. I might have done this with Jim, but I don't think I've ever done it solo. So let's try it, right? Because we get to do a beat, which is exciting. Plenty of cowbell there for Mr. Sean. Woodblock for Jocelyn. Baby, when I think about you, I think about love. Darling, can't live without you and your love. No. And if I have those golden dreams of my yesterday, I will wrap you in the heavens of the dying. And all the way I feel like making, I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves for you. Baby, when I think about you, I think about gloves. That's right, Darren. Darling, I couldn't live without you and your gloves. And if I had a needle and thread and they were shining, I would give you both night and day, fabric satisfying. Feel like making, I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves for you. Saturday, 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 Saturday night's alright. Saturday, 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 Saturday night's alright.
You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, round, 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 round. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, round, round, right round.
Couldn't resist.
Baby, when I think about you, think about love. Darling, couldn't live without you and your love. And if I had those golden dreams of my yesterday, well, I would wrap you in the heavens, feel it dying all the way. I feel like making, I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves for you. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves. I feel like making gloves for you. Get back, honky cat. Get back, honky cat. Get back. Woo. Get back, honky cat. Get back, honky cat. Get back. Woo. Get back, honky cat. Get back, honky cat. Get back.
Woo.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, honky cat.
The woo.
Somewhere out on that horizon,
Don't remember the rest of the words. In the city, though.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. All good children go to heaven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. The lunatic is on the grass. The lunatic is on the grass. Remembering games, days change.
darling, couldn't live without you and your love. And if I had those golden dreams of my yesterday, I would wrap you in the heavens, feel it dying all the way. I feel like making I'm making gloves. I feel I'm making gloves. I feel I'm making gloves. I feel I'm making gloves for you. All right. Well, that nonsense is over. Oh, thank you guys for hanging out. I totally appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the guests. I hope you enjoyed the original music. There's plenty more coming tomorrow. I've got like a whole whack load in there. So I can't wait to play you some more. I can't wait to talk to some more people. I can't wait to play some more of your requests. Hopefully you're not getting tired of me playing. Let me know, and I'll put more of other people's music in there. Anyway, you guys have been most kind. And I will leave you with my quick sponsor message. And don't forget to go out and check out the YouTube channel. Subscribe if you like what you heard and you want to hear more and you want to check out past stuff. If friends of yours have been on the program and you want to check out their interviews, you can do that too. It's all done at youtube.com/user/Tophocles. And you'll see it in the comments to this video. Hey, Darren, I can't believe you sat through the mashup. That's amazing. Oh, Jocelyn, thanks so much. Herein ends the Sunday, and we'll catch you guys next time. Until then, signing off the way we always sign off. Take the path of least resistance and be a decent human. Everything else takes extraordinary effort. So just be decent, be kind, be good to each other, be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.